Grim bloke. Yeah. And then, yeah, bruv. Yeah. You bruv. In it. Grim bloke. Let me tell you about this one time. I went through a porthole and snuck into the North Pole and got picked up in a Hyperborean DeLorean. They said they knew I was a Webster Merriam historian, mastered a numerical Gregorian, the hysterical mystic, no more than a Pythagorean, conspiracy theory Ethereum, in the etheric fear realm. I thought they were gonna take me to the crematorium in their Hyperborean DeLorean. Tested me on my Sumerian, Shakespearean, knew I was a numerical vegetarian, Aquarian, that I knew about the Tartarians, barbarians, Mars radium, aliens, salt of the earth, solution, Selenian. Spent the night in a
there she is. Hey, coffee girl, we missed you.
Hyperborean memoriam, auditorium, all 'cause I got picked
See some thumbs up in the chat. Make sure you guys can hear me okay.
Introducing. All love. Jack Ruff. Yeah. Invisible diamond minerals, crystalline and swimming pools, interdimensional realms of scrapping Catherine, Bahamas, Azores, Atlantis shores, mountains, temples, marble floors, seafloors, treasure and cities lost. Yeah, bruv, in it. Oh, sphinxes, pyramids and minotaurs, fruit grown in grove luxuriant. In it, inhabitants intelligent, closest seen to perfection. The whole experience, heaven to them, polar aurora, horizon beyond them. Flattened sky, lake of fire, core and flora, but bright comets, tornadoes, turbulence, not prohibition, more. Not forbidden, thought expansive, places massive. In it, yeah, bruv. In it, oh. Just hanging around. Yeah. Telling stories in the Hyperborean DeLorean. Grim bloke. Jack bruv. In it. Just hanging out around. Oh, Jack bruv. 88892. If you didn't know, now you're forever exploring it interdimensional. Historian, moratorium. Just hanging around telling stories in the Hyperborean DeLorean.
Welcome back, ballers. Happy Tuesday. Hey, Betty. Sojourn.
Just hanging around.
Yeah, mighty. 11:11.
Grim bloke.
Welcome back, ballers, to another episode of Eye to Eye with AJ, Rambo, and Kodi. Episode 26. Today is the night of November 11th, 11/11/2025. I apologize in advance for my camera today. It does not seem to be collaborating with me very well, so you guys will just see me act like the the neighbor in Home Improvement. I'll just be that guy today. What's up, Rambo? Hey, Kodi, can you guys hear me okay?
Well, yeah, I can hear you great. Perfectly.
Can
Okay,
hear you.
perfect.
Can you hear me?
Can hear you, Codes.
Okay.
All right, good to see both of you guys. Always a pleasure to have you guys in my corner every week. As I always say, my favorite night of the week. So let's get started with some intros really quick. For those that don't know me, I go by AJ, Ball Don't Lie, 3 L's in Ball. I have a Patreon page for those that appreciate content and sports picks using this type of knowledge that we talk about on this channel on patreon.com/onthemoneyball. You guys can also purchase any of my books on the Patreon. Don't need to be a subscriber, or you can always send me an email at wordplaybook3osinbook@gmail.com, and I will gladly send you any of these books for free. So always appreciate your guys' support. Rambo, please let the audience know where they can find you and support you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for having me, and thanks for putting this together. Again, my work can be found at, thank you, Sally, patreon.com/thetruthcodes is one tier, $5 a month. You have access to the Codebreaker community Discord server. where you can see other great decodes from the community. You can join for free. There's some free content, but I would appreciate it's $5. It helps me a lot more. And I'm also on Instagram.com/thetruthcodes.
We appreciate you, Rambo. Like I always say too, you guys, this is $5 a month, and that's for all of Rambo's content, all of his videos, all of his notes, his blogs, etc. Give him a shot if you haven't already.
Thank you.
Kodi, where are you at, brother?
Yeah, thanks again for AJ for putting this on, and thanks for being here with us today, everyone in the chat, and thank you, Rambo, for also being here.
Thank you.
If you guys want to find me, you can find me at the channel a lot of you guys are watching on right now, Decoding with Kodi. And if you want to support the channel, buymeacoffee.com/decoding with Kodi. That's also a pinned comment in the current live stream chat if you'd like to find that link as well. So looking forward to getting into this and seeing what we can get into.
Yeah, absolutely. we were already losing track of time offline before getting started just because there's always so much to talk about. I mean, I was making note of just the most recent deaths just this week alone. We had Lenny Wilkins, we had Sally Kirkland, we had Bob Trumpy, Dick Cheney, Paul Tagliabue, Michael Ray Richardson. I mean, these are all mainly sports folks, except for Sally and Dick. But I mean, it's hard to keep up with this at some point. But Kodi, you did a great job with your Sally Kirkland video, just pointing out all these 84s that we're seeing over and over again. So not sure where we want to start tonight's stream, but maybe Rambo, I know that you have some things that you've recently released on your Patreon. Something that we could perhaps preview?
Yes. So I've been talking for a while, several years actually, about the significance of the Nazi Party. The Nazi Party did not. I think it's pretty clear that the Nazi Party did not die, and they did not lose World War II. Germany lost World War II. The Nazi Party did not lose World War II, and I've recommended the work of Joseph P. Farrell, PhD, Dr. Joseph P. Farrell. He's done the best work on the Nazi Party and how it continued. He did a book called The Nazi International. He's done the best work. And so I've shown is evidence of their presence. And they talk in code. Of course, they're not going to raise their hand and say, here we are. But they speak in code. And a big code of theirs, which I've talked about, is the number 119-911. Where they used the date, the 9th day of the 11th month, 9th day of November, for certain landmark, major events. They attempted a coup of the German government in 1923 on the 9th day of the 11th month, 9th November. Then Kristallnacht, which is at the start of the Holocaust, where they had pogroms in the Jewish neighborhoods. It was the night of broken glass, they call it. That was the 9th day of the 11th month. They stuck to that date. And then the Berlin Wall fell on the 9th day of the 11th month, which is an indication. That's their calling card, that they still have some influence today in the world, a lot of influence, and you're seeing it now. This is not just symbolism. When Elon Musk does a full-on Nazi salute, like, okay, now the mask is off. You can look at these symbols, say, well, they're symbols that, well, they're not hiding it anymore. And the ICE agency, I showed how their badge with the eagle on top has the 9/11 coded, 9 rays and 11 stars at the bottom. And where does 9/11 from? The Nazis didn't just embrace that number on their own. They didn't come up with it. They got it from Rome. Rome destroyed the temple on Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the 11th month of the Jewish civic calendar. Rome destroyed the second temple. Where did Rome get it? Did they start? No, they got it from Babylon, that destroyed the Temple of Solomon on the Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of the 11th month. So this goes back to an ancient force, which is still in power now. So I'll share my screen. And so I have a lot of, so on this past Sunday in the NFL National Football League, on this special day, which I said that the Nazis they really honored this day, the 9th day, the 11th month, 9th of November. It's 119-911, a sacred number to them. The National Football League in the United States in 2025. And how did the year start? Remember, with Elon Musk doing a full-on Roman/Nazi salute at Donald Trump's inauguration. So it should not be a surprise that there should be a tribute by an American institution on the 9th day of the 11th month. The NFL had a game in a place they never have before. It was in Berlin, Germany, in the stadium that Adolf Hitler himself commissioned for the 1936 Olympic Games. The Indianapolis Colts played the Atlanta Falcons in Berlin on the 9th day of the 11th month as a Nazi tribute. So, yes, I have probably several hours of decoding on this, which, I can't do. It would take weeks to make, full videos, all of that. But I do have a full video coming up. It's entitled Berlin, but here's a 12.5-minute excerpt. And I make this available also for those who subscribe for free. You'll get this excerpt, and the full video hopefully will come out soon. But this is just the an excerpt.
Major shout out to Decoding with Kodi, who points out the Indiana Jones nickname for the quarterback of the Indianapolis Colts, Daniel Jones, and the fact that Indiana Jones fights Nazis in the movies. The Nazis use Jupiter, Zeus symbols. The original archetype of Zeus is the Sumerian Enlil weather god who went to brutal war against his half-brother Enki, over whom Enlil, the weather god, prevailed. Weather gods across cultures have been analogs of Enlil. Thunder and lightning are symbols of Enlil, Zeus, Jupiter. It's very important to stress, in astrology, Jupiter is considered to be the most positive planet, the greater benefic, the opposite of what you'd think of from psychologically insecure, enslaving, domineering empires. Empires invoke Jupiter because Jupiter influences the realm of expansion. Empires want to expand. Everything has a positive side and a negative side. The Berlin Olympiastadion was home to the Berlin Thunder, gridiron football team of the now defunct NFL Europe League. This is the level of veneration and commitment to the god of the elite, Enlil, the thunder god, Zeus, Jupiter. Today, there is a new Berlin Thunder football team in the European League of Gridiron Football. They are fully committed to this name and association. They had to revive that name. A co-owner of the Berlin Thunder is Berlin-born Bjorn Werner, who was a defensive end All-American in college, who was drafted by the Indianapolis Colts in the first round of the 2013 NFL Draft. He spent 3 seasons with the Indianapolis Colts. Bjorn Werner was the 24th overall pick of the draft. 24 is a Jupiter number. The glyph for the planet Jupiter looks like a number 24. Gematria reveals the mystical characterization of Jupiter as the god of thunder. Jupiter and thunder are a supermatch across the base ciphers of English Gematria. Think of the Oklahoma City Thunder of the National Basketball Association in the United States. Oklahoma City is unfortunately now famous for the 1995 bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building on April 19th. See my video titled April 19th. A link to that video is in the description to this video. 4 years later, after the Oklahoma City bombing, April 19th, 1999, There was a significant tribute event. Why in the year 99? Because Jupiter and Thunder summed up 99. On the 4th anniversary of the Oklahoma City bombing, April 19th, 99, a revitalized Reichstag Parliament building in Berlin, Germany held its first session since the Nazi Third Reich last held a parliamentary session there. This all revolves around the thunder, weather god, and all of his analogs. Oklahoma City, Berlin, Germany. Look at when the inaugural season of the European League of Football was announced in 2021, 22nd March 22nd, 322. The Skull and Bones insignia. Skull and Bones, a Nazi symbol. The death's head tattoo appeared on the chest of Maine Democrat U.S. senatorial candidate Graham Plattner in 2025. And at the September 11th, 1973 Chilean military coup. Armored car numbered 322 was parked outside the presidential palace. And the modern-day Chilean army, some units of which very much resemble the Nazi stormtroopers. Think of that name, Storm Troopers. The weather god is who's being worshipped here. The current champions of the ELF, European League of Football, is another German team, the Stuttgart Surge. And they have another Enlil Jupiter symbol, the lightning bolt. Their name is a reference to an electrical power surge and their initials, Stuttgart Surge, SS, like the paramilitary Schutzstaffel and its lightning bolt emblem. See my decode on actress Sydney Sweeney, SS, and her allegedly white supremacist American Eagle ad campaign implying that she had superior genes. The eagle is the Rome Babylon Jupiter symbol, the symbol of American Eagle apparel. Sydney Sweeney, SS, advertises Ford trucks. Henry Ford, founder of Ford Motors, was a literal business partner of Adolf Hitler and was even given the highest German civilian award by the Hitler regime, the Grand Cross of the German Eagle. Ford, as in Harrison Ford, who played Indiana Jones, the nickname of current Indianapolis Colts quarterback Daniel Jones. Harrison Ford. I've been doing decodes on the Ford symbolism that's been all over the news in 2025. The Ford F-150 truck. F is the sixth letter of the alphabet, so F-150 is 6 plus 150, which is 156. The 156th prime number is 9/11. 9/11 is coded into the ICE emblem, a modern-day American Gestapo secret police. 9 rays, 11 stars. The name of the current active ICE operation in Chicago, Illinois is Operation Midway Blitz. Blitz is German for lightning. They consciously chose that term for a reason, for a modern-day American Gestapo with a 9/11 badge. A description from Wikipedia, quote, Operation Midway Blitz is an operation by the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, conducted in and around Chicago, Illinois, starting on September 9th, 2025, unquote. Why September 9th? Because September 9th is 9/9, and 9/9 is the gematria of the storm god, lightning god, blitz god, Jupiter. And again, Jupiter is the most positive planet in astrology, the jovial, gentle giant. There is a positive and a negative side to everything, just like electricity, positive and negative poles. So, Ford, Henry Ford, Nazi partner. Harrison Ford played Indiana Jones. Harrison being the name of the Colts Hall of Fame wide receiver who helped them win the Super Bowl 41, Marvin Harrison.
Marvin, got it! Touchdown! Winner kick!
Harrison Ford, Marvin Harrison, spent his entire 13-year NFL career with the Indianapolis Colts. And look at where Harrison was drafted by the Colts. First round, 19th pick. That is 119. Like the date, January 19th, the birthday of the biggest star on the current Indianapolis Colts and hero of the Berlin 119-2025 game, running back Jonathan Taylor. So yes, Harrison Ford, Indiana Jones, Marvin Harrison, drafted by the Indianapolis Colts, 119. The horse provides yin-yang duality balance symbolism. The patron of horses being Neptune/Poseidon, who is Enki, the losing adversary of weather god Enlil. They were half-brothers, but genetics is the realm of Enki as well. The Nazis emphasize genetics, the narcissistic material world, 3D matrix realm, bioengineering. This is the realm of Enki, although weather god Enlil has his own architect, scientist, Kotaru, who is the Greek Hephaestus, Roman Vulcan. Vulcan, very much a Nazi/Illuminati, highly venerated figure. Vulcan is Kotaru, the god of AI, who answers to Enlil. The Indianapolis Colts are a horse symbol and therefore a Neptune symbol. They wear blue. This is a thumbnail from a future decode of mine on the genetics blue theme. It features Sydney Sweeney's genes controversy. It's also related to extraterrestrial disclosure. That video will take some time to be released. It's not imminent anytime soon, to be honest. The planet Neptune is blue. Neptune is 31 in Gematria. Neptune, in Latin, Neptunus, also has a value of 31. The Colts scored 31 points to win the Berlin game on 119, the sacred day to Nazis. 31 being the year in which the Olympic Games were awarded to the city of Berlin. The U.S. military mission to capture the purported architect of the 9/11 attacks, Osama bin Laden, was titled by the United States government itself, Operation Neptune Spear.
Holy smokes, Rambo. My goodness. You seem to keep raising that bar every week, don't you?
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. But
I
yeah,
mean,
that'll be. Yeah.
That was by far, that was probably one of my favorite decodes you've ever done, for sure.
Yeah, thanks. So this is 12 and a half minutes. I literally have an hour's worth. So at least people get to see. And I put this out so even the free subscribers can see this, but the full video will be for subscribers. But yeah, I've got a whole. And thanks, Kodi. Your Indiana Jones connection just blew the whole thing even wider open than it already was.
Yeah, and you know what? I have a very, I don't know if you know, maybe you do know this. Maybe I'll be stealing part of your decode, but maybe you don't know this. And if you don't, then this will you'll probably be pretty shocked to hear this about the Colts, since I follow them so closely. Do you remember when last week when they traded away, they traded 2 first-round picks, right? Like 1-1, and they traded that for number 1. Like 9/11 happened on the day, leaving 11 days in the year from New York, and that was the same day that they elected a new mayor. Well, the player that the Colts traded away, did you happen to catch who that was?
Who the Colts traded? No, I didn't know who that was.
Oh, okay, so you don't know this then?
No.
Oh, okay. So the player the Colts traded away. Oh shoot, hold on. His name now. His whole name is. I know his middle name. Okay, his middle name is Enlil.
Or are you
Okay.
serious?
Yeah, I'm serious, but I'm trying to remember his name. Oh, Mitchell. Mitchell. What's his Mitchell? Colts Mitchell. I can't remember.
I was gonna say I'll search for it. You said it was a Colts player that got traded.
Yeah, yeah, it was. His name is Adonai Enlil Mitchell.
I had no idea. Okay, they're spelling it out then. I mean, that's confirmation I'm on the right track. I mean,
I did a decode on him the day he was drafted by the Colts a few years ago because I was like, I noticed immediately that his middle name was Enlil.
yeah.
And I did a decode on it because I was like, okay, well, that's pretty blatant. I've never seen anyone in this modern age with the middle name Enlil.
Well,
so,
the name Adon primarily means Lord or Master. Just
right.
For what
So
it's worth.
his first name is Adonai, like Master, or like what you said, AJ. And his middle name is Enlil. So now he plays for the Jets, right? He was for the Colts, but now he plays for the Jets. So they traded away Enlil to get their big star cornerback, who played his first game, by the way, in Indianapolis in Berlin. That was his first game. This guy they traded Enlil for. He played his first game in Berlin. That was, of course, Sauce Gardner. So yeah, I mean, I want some thumbs up in the chat there, guys, for Rambo. He didn't even know the Colts just traded away a player with the name Enlil, and he's all over the Enlil thing. So yeah, here he is. I got him up here. Adonai Enlil. They call him AD Mitchell, but that Enlil was what stood out to me all the time. So yeah, he was just traded on. When was he traded? How many days before the Berlin game here? November 4th. So one day after, what's his name died? Now I can't think of anyone's.
Dick Cheney.
Yeah, I can't think of anyone's names right now. I don't know why, but yeah, like Dick Cheney died. So one day after Dick Cheney died, this happened. This was the same day they elected the new mayor, of course, and of course this was the same day that Flight 2976 crashed just south of Indianapolis in Louisville, and that was the amount of people that died on 9/11 was 2976. Yeah. So, and notice that they traded 2 picks. 26 and the year 27, and I'm getting a lot of 2027 vibes, as I'm going to talk about here in a little bit once we segue a bit more, but something going on with the Colts in 2027, and what I'm finding with some other stuff that we're going to go over with the Taylor, because a lot of the people that are watching now know that I did a video on the Berlin game before it happened, and then my video got flagged because I said something wrong or something, so I took it down and made it private just to protect my channel. I don't want to get my channel deleted. So that video is private right now, but I did do a video on it. And for the people that were there, they know I covered that game heavily the day before with Indiana Jones. And then the next day, I was before he died, but the Tagliabue guy died. And he was literally became the commissioner just 4 days before the Berlin Wall fell so if you look up Tagliabue, and I kind of touched on this earlier in my stream but I actually haven't spoken about it yet. But yeah, he died on the Berlin game, and then he took over in 1989. Well, this is going to be a theme here, this 1989 year, because as we know, the Berlin fell in the wall fell in 1989. Taylor Swift was born in 1989, and this is the year. And of course, Jonathan Taylor was the star in the Berlin game. So there's a Taylor theme, and I know that Rambo actually brought more attention to that with me because there was I don't know if you want to talk about that now, Rambo, or if you have more to add before we get into that stuff.
All right. So if you give me my screen again, I'll let the people can know what I'm referring to. What Cody's referring to. There have been several instances of Nazi coding that's been going on in the world. in 2025. And so I've been making note of those. One of them I mentioned in that video excerpt that I just showed, where it was a U.S. senatorial candidate from the state of Maine, who's a Democrat. His name is Graham Plattner. Video surfaced of him from the past. He had the Nazi skull and bones death's head, a tattoo on his chest. He was at some bar, I guess, some party or some event, singing in his underwear. And underwear is a theme. That's another video. I have the underwear as a theme. Think of the Mormon underwear and Mormons in Utah. Charlie Kirk just got shot in Utah. Charlie Kirk, CK. That's the logo for Calvin Klein, which is part of Back to the Future. Remember Back to the Future? The Marty wears Calvin Klein underwear. And then when he sees his mother from the past, as she thinks his name is Calvin. So underwear is a theme. Well, so there was this Maine senatorial U.S. candidate who was singing in his underwear. In the past, the video emerged, and he had the Nazi death head, which I talked about him in the video. There's another incident too, and that's this one here. There's a Republican congressman, and his name is Dave Taylor, Republican congressman from Ohio. Well, he was on a conference, one of these like Zoom type virtual conferences where in the background they had this. It says GOP representative blames swastika flag in his office on a quote unquote rules. So we know this is a ritual. They say Republican congressman calls flag with swastika displayed in his office vile and says it's under investigation. But come on, it was there for a reason. Just again, how did the year start at Trump's inauguration? With Elon Musk doing a full-on Nazi salute, full-blooded, unapologetic Nazi salute. It can't be interpreted as anything else. That's how it started. So we're supposed to think this is a mistake? No, of course not. This is a close-up of the flag. So, yeah. So, Kodi, yeah, you can take it from there.
Sorry, I was muted, but it's perfect because the fact that his last name is Taylor really like brings it all together, in my opinion, because it wasn't a coincidence that Taylor was the star of the game in Berlin. And the reason that this is so significant is because Taylor Swift, of course, is a big part of the NFL nowadays because of her association with Travis Kelce. But she just released an album last month, too, the same month that this Taylor thing broke. And also, let me see. Let me pull this up here. Let's see. So Taylor Swift, right? Born in 1989. So she's born actually, let's just go back to the year 1989. So if you go there, her birthday was from the day the Berlin Wall fell to her birthday. It's a span of 35 days. Well, first of all, Taylor does equal 35. And this is like the main name theme here. And notice that Taylor equals 28. Jonathan Taylor wears number 28. And funny enough, this actually does go back to our decodes on the Donnie Darko, because Jonathan Taylor, he's born on the day Donnie Darko released. Not the same day. He's born exactly 2 years before. And he wears the number 28. And remember, in that movie, it's the 28. We've talked about this. 28 days, right? And so yeah, there's a huge, probably a huge connection with Jonathan Taylor and this continuing Donnie Darko theme. But to stick with the Taylor thing, notice the 91 in Taylor. Well, 91 is the 13th triangular number. And the reason that's important is because, of course, Taylor Swift, she's known for her 13s, right? And so Taylor Swift is all about 13. Taylor equals 91, the 13 triangular. And so there's this connection with this day. So not only, going back to the 35 real fast, Taylor equals 35. So it was 35 days from the Berlin Wall to the birth of Taylor Swift, right? Taylor equals 35. And now we have this guy named Taylor, getting, caught up in this thing. And then we have Jonathan Taylor just days after that starring in Berlin. So I think that in the 35, don't forget, Taylor Swift is currently 35 years old right now. So, and this is kind of a Thursday thing, I think, because we know that there's like a 35 Thursday, that's a big thing with like sports betting, like 35 Thursday. So that's a Jupiter thing right there in general with that. Of course, Catholic equals 35. But another big thing is I noticed something with so you got Dave Taylor, right? Notice that Dave Taylor is born 20 years and 27 days before Taylor Swift. And this was something I was really watching with the Colts because I just noticed, this can't be a coincidence, right? The only 2 games the Colts lost this year were by the score of 20. They lost 20-27. So this is the year. It's pointing to the year 2027 for something. And I kind of caught on to this because I noticed, wow, both the games they lost was a score of 20-27. And then I found out this, and I was like, something going on with this, because remember, to bring in the Colts, their star player is Jonathan Taylor. And so I decided to look up how old Jonathan Taylor was going to. Well, I actually found this a few days ago. Again, he's born in 1999, which, as Rambo mentioned, does go back to Jupiter equaling 99. And 11 times 9 is 99. So that's another connection. But if you go from, and that's also Taylor's birthday, because he's born on 119, as you mentioned. Notice that they're born. So first of all, just to go back to the 13s, Taylor Swift and the 13, all her 13 connections. Well, they're born. Well, if you go from Jonathan Taylor to Taylor Swift, they're born 9 years, 37 days apart. Well, this is another 13 connection, because 937, like their span, is the 13th star. So, and again, Taylor Swift, again, it's very important to mention she is all about that number 13, right? The first Super Bowl that she was a part of was a huge 13 ritual for her. So is it a coincidence that Jonathan Taylor's born 9 years, 37 days after her, and it's the 13th star number? I don't think so. And the 13, of course, is also the death card in tarot. But if we go from Jonathan Taylor's birth to the upcoming Super Bowl, and that's what I'm really also connecting this to, which should be on 2/8. Look at the span. It's 27-20. He's going to be 27 years, 20 days old. That's the 2 games that his team has lost this year was 27-20. That's his team lost. Okay, so there's something going on here with this. They're telling us something about 2027. I don't know what, but there is an Well, the Olympics is in 2028. There is an eclipse in 2027 that's going to be pretty big. I believe that's on August 3rd, which I think is Tom Brady's birthday, right? Yep. So yeah, that eclipse in 2027 is on Tom Brady's birthday, and JD Vance's birthday, by the way. It's on August 2nd, August 3rd, depending on where you are. So JD Vance and Tom Brady's birthday in 2027. So just bring it all together one more time. The Colts have lost 2 games this year by a score of 20-27. They're only 2 losses. Jonathan Taylor on the Super Bowl this year is going to be 27 years and 20 days old. And the guy who just got caught last month, Taylor, the congressman, he is born 20 years, 27 days before Taylor Swift. And I guess I'll get into the Ripple connections real fast, just because it is pretty interesting. This is a little bit off topic for a second, but it is definitely, I think, connected. So we're talking about Taylor Swift, right? Well, Ripple, the XRP company, is directly in competition, or so they say. Of course, we know it's not really actually. They're all working together, but Swift tests a blockchain ledger with 30 plus banks. Is Ripple's edge at risk as Swift tries out the blockchain? This was October 1st. So a lot of stuff happened. Taylor Swift released her new album just a few days after this. called The Life of a Showgirl or something like that, which I'm sure there's something I'm not seeing yet with that. I need to look more into that album, but look at Ripple's CTO. His name is David Schwartz. Well, Schwartz, I mean, that area of the world where the Berlin stuff happened, I mean, the last name Schwartz, think about that. And his name's David, right? Well, the guy who got caught with the swastika was David Taylor. And David Taylor literally has the same birthday as David, the exact same day, guys. And I'm like, what? Like, because I've been following this. I mean, I've been following David Schwartz for years. I mean, they call him the $1 billion man because he's the CTO of Ripple. And when Ripple hit its high price, he was super rich because of that. But yeah, and just to bring this back to the Berlin Wall thing, which I want to talk about a little bit more is, so in you got Wall Street, right? And Ripple's trying to take over the banks, but certain projects on Ripple are trying to take over Wall Street. They're trying to tokenize the stock market, which means everything on the stocks will be tokenized. You can trade it 24/7. So you don't have to, there'll be no more closing of the stock market anymore. You'll be able to trade your tokens instantly on the ledger at any time. So this is what we're going towards. So I'm just wondering if they're going to implement this in 2027, because I'm seeing all this stuff pointing to the year 2027. Also, 2027, notice the team they lost to first, the Rams. Well, the Super Bowl in 2027 is in Rams Stadium. So that is obviously a clue there as well. They're pointing to something, and and it's on Valentine's Day as well. That Super Bowl is on Valentine's Day. So I'm catching a lot of 2027. So I just wanted to really point that out. But yeah, I thought it was really wild that this guy was born the same day as David Schwartz. And just going back to the 1989 stuff, there was something else I wanted to mention with 1989 that I think is a big piece that has slipped my mind. I'm having a horrible memory tonight. Something about 1989. Well, Taylor Swift was born in 1989. The Berlin Wall. What else was it? Did you mention something else, Rambo, happened that year? Did you mention something?
I mentioned the Berlin Wall for 89. I don't think I mentioned anything else.
Huh. I'm just trying to remember what it was. Well, let's just tie this into the wrestling theme real fast, and then I'll hand it over to you guys. So, John Cena, remember Jonathan Taylor? He's going to be retiring, and I mentioned this many times already, but this is really important. He's going to be retiring on Taylor Swift's 36th birthday. So, the day that Tagliabue died, on the 36th anniversary of the Berlin Wall, during the Berlin game, and now you have John Cena, who's going to be retiring on Taylor Swift's 36th birthday. Of course, Jupiter, this does go back to Jupiter. Jupiter has that 36. So the 36th birthday. And that's interesting because of the Jupiter connection, but also because that's just how old, that's when Tagliabue died. And of course, Jonathan Taylor. So we have Taylor and we have John retiring on Taylor's birthday. So it's clearly connected to that. I knew everything was going to be leading up to this, because as I mentioned, John Cena keeps walking around like telling us that the last time is now. And in fact, he just won the last championship last night that he was one championship away of holding all the titles in WWE. The only one he hadn't won yet was the Intercontinental Championship, and he won that last night in his hometown of Boston. But here's John Cena. Now, how do we connect this with the Colts? This year, during his retirement tour, he won. Well, he didn't win, actually. He actually lost the Royal Rumble in Indianapolis to Jey Uso. And remember how the Blue Jays lost in Toronto. So they've been actually telling us about this for a while. Back in 2024, Jey Uso, when the Dodgers won the World Series, let me just pull up another slide here. Jey Uso, Money in the Bank. So here's Jey Uso, and this was in 2024. And he was on the cover of the Toronto Money in the Bank pay-per-view. So this was in Toronto. Toronto just lost the World Series on the day that Jey Uso, the Blue Jays lost the day Jey Uso lost, on November 1st when they lost to the Dodgers. Well, come to find out that I completely forgot about another event that was in Toronto with W. So John Cena, of his retirement tour, from what I can understand, from what I underestimate, is there's only been 2 cities where he's been twice on his retirement tour. Only 2. He's been to these 2 cities twice, and guess which ones they are? Toronto and Indianapolis. Those are the 2 cities that he went to twice on his retirement tour. He was and he announced his retirement in Toronto at this event. That was the day his retirement tour essentially started. He announced it that day. Well, then later on, and this connects to the Nazi theme too. Wait till you see this. John Cena Elimination Chamber. So this is the second time he was in Toronto. So he announced his retirement in Toronto to start off his retirement tour. Then one of the biggest moments in WWE history occurred with John Cena in Toronto. And it was called Elimination Chamber, which of course is 100%. In fact, if you type in WWE Elimination Chamber, you'll see that they don't call it Elimination Chamber in Germany, of course. Why? Because of what it's called. So there's a clear connection there. Trying to see if I can find the recent one. Right. Oh, the next one's in Chicago. Interesting. But see, notice how it says they called it Elimination Chamber in the United States, but in Germany they called it No Escape Toronto. They wouldn't call it Elimination Chamber. So this is a clear connection to your Nazi theme right here. And why is this day so important? Well, because this was the day that John Cena turned heel for the first time in his entire career. He became a bad guy for the first time. The Rock, Enlil, like The Rock is literally Enlil. He comes out with lightning bolts behind him. He's the Thunder God. That's what The Rock plays in his WWE entrances.
Well, he's born on 5/2, right? He's born on 5/2, Enlil 52.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So this was the night that The Rock, so he hugged John Cena, won the match that night in Toronto, an Elimination Chamber. He beat CM Punk from Chicago. And then after the match, Cody Rhodes came out to congratulate him because when he won that match, it gave him an opportunity to face Cody Rhodes for the championship at WrestleMania. Well, they did the biggest turn in history. This was I can't overstate this enough. This was one of the most shocking things that ever happened in WWE history. If not the most. It is probably the most. And so The Rock Cody turned The Rock down. The Rock had asked Cody to sell his soul to The Rock. He wanted Cody to sell Cody. He wanted Cody's soul, The Rock said. So he came that night to Toronto to ask for Cody's answer. Well, Cody turned him down and said, F you. So then after that happened, John Cena came in for the hug. And then The Rock did a throat cut to John Cena so this is John Cena looking at The Rock and Cody's back's turned to The Rock. He did a throat cut. And then as soon as he did that, the whole audience was already shocked because they saw John Cena's face turn evil, right? Like this. And then he kicked Cody in the nuts and then they destroyed him. And they literally, then they did a really weird thing and they brought out Travis Scott. So, and all the WWE fans have no idea why Travis Scott was even involved in this. He's not a wrestler. And why they made Travis Scott be involved in the most shocking turn in WWE history. A lot of fans said it was just like a himpering. It made it just horrible having him there. He didn't need to be there, but there's obviously an esoteric reason why you have Travis Scott there. So Travis Scott ended up actually busting Cody Rhodes' eardrum. He hit him so hard. He smacked him right in the side of the ear, bust his eardrum. And here's how it ended. John Cena holding his foot on top of Cody Rhodes and The Rock. So Rock, Enlil, John Cena. So that was in Toronto. So fast forward, the night of the World Series just a few days ago, Jey Uso. Now, how does Jey Uso connect to John Cena? Because when John Cena lost the Royal Rumble in Indianapolis, when he came out with this attire, he lost it to Jey Uso. Right here. This was the end of that match. Jey Uso won the Royal Rumble that night in Indianapolis by throwing out John Cena, which allowed John Cena to go to Elimination Chamber in Toronto and do what he did there, what I just showed you. So now we fast forward to Toronto losing the World Series, which this foreshadowed. The Toronto Elimination Chamber thing was a foreshadowing of the Toronto and Dodgers World Series with the Jays losing. So what happened the night the Jays lost? You had Jey Uso lose. Well, who did Jey Uso lose to? Jey Uso lost to CM Punk. And what makes me immediately think of this connection is because CM Punk, let me just show you his symbol. Right? You have the lightning bolt, again, this same theme, this Enlil Jupiter theme, right? That keeps coming up. Now, CM Punk beat Jey Uso the night the Blue Jays lost. And I can't remember where that was, where Jey Uso lost now. Oh, it was in Utah. That's right. So this event where Jey Uso lost to CM Punk, the World Series ended, was in Utah, like Charlie Kirk died in Utah. So that was all connected to Charlie Kirk. Remember, Charlie Kirk had the lightning bolt on his 10. And here's CM Punk winning and catching the lightning bolt, right?
There was also a lightning bolt at the beginning of Snake Eyes. If you remember the first 10 minutes when the crooked cop, Nick Cage, chases down the crooked criminal he's working with. He corners him down an alleyway, and he's up and he's got his hands bleeding, and you can see right behind him he's got a high voltage lightning bolt symbol right behind it too. So.
I remember that.
But the whole storm was a big part of the setting for that movie.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Storm,
how did the NFL season start? Remember, the NFL season started on 9/4 on Beyonce's birthday with a storm.
Yep,
a lightning storm that stopped the game at 4. They stopped the clock at 4:44, right? And that was the huge frequency thing that I picked up on, right? But
with 44 total points scored, and then you have Dak Prescott with 4 number 4s on his jersey getting spit on as the Cowboy Carter, right? All that shit.
Exactly. So that they actually set the stage for this storm god thing right at the beginning of the season. That was their right there at the beginning. They had to.
Well, you could say even before. I mean, just with the NBA, right? The Thunder winning the finals, and then now you have the kickoff of the NFL season.
And you can go further back to the Super Bowl this year. It was won by the Eagles. The Eagle are a symbol. That's the other symbol I said of Enlil.
Right.
So yeah, you have that eagle. Yeah, the eagle. There's more. There's a connection too. I mean, I said I got hours on this. At the 2025 Super Bowl, Jalen Hurts debuted Air Jordan 1's cleats, the latest model of Air Jordan 1 cleats in Chicago Bulls colors. But Michael Jordan, thanks to one of my patrons, BPM, he pointed out, I talked about this underwear themes going on. Michael Jordan did a Hanes commercial. I think that was in 2011. It's very controversial because he had a Hitler mustache in the Hanes commercial. So indirectly, by him wearing the Jordans, there was that. But the Eagles, that eagle symbol. So there have been several of these. Enlil, I mean, that's the god of Babylon. That's Rome. That's all empires use that symbol. So far already, the Eagles and the Thunder, Oklahoma City, and the lightning storm stopping the opening of the NFL season. Yeah, so there have been several of those so far.
Yeah, and then you had, like I said, with the Colts trading away Enlil, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
yeah. That's the most
so
obvious. Yeah.
it's just like, and like I said, The Rock. So with The Rock, and I don't know when he's going to make his return. He's been out of WWE for a while, but they always wait and they always do it on a ritual day. But he hasn't actually appeared. Actually, The Rock has not appeared since that night John Cena turned. I just realized that. But yeah, so the lightning bolt always makes me think of Skull and Bones, because I've always thought, well, lightning. You're just looking at gematria wise. Lightning bolt equals Skull and Bones in multiple
there you go.
ciphers, right?
Yep.
Skull and Bones. And Derek, thanks to him, shout out to him. So yeah, lightning bolt equals 149 and 202, and almost a 3 out of 4 cipher match. But Derek's been on this Skull and Bones 572 code for a long time. And there really is something to it, because look at Skull and Bones. It equals 752 in standard, 572 in Latin. Well, if you just take it and you do the ampersand, it equals 527 in Latin. So everything to do with the Skull and Bones and what I consider the most important higher value ciphers in English, these two, it has to do with the 527 code. Like whether it's 572 or 752, or there's one of, no matter how you type it, you get some sort of combination of those numbers, right? So what I'm getting at with that is, so knowing this, that Skull and Bones equals 572, and knowing what Rambo already connected with the Nazi connection to the Skull and Bones, look how many wins the Colts got at Berlin. They got 572, like Skull and Bones. So shout out to Derek. And look at Commissioner and Satanic, 572. That's the day the Commissioner died.
Yeah, you got to think there's got to be a lot of Roger Goodell stuff with that death for sure.
Right. So that I definitely had to shout out Derek on that, because he's been on that code for a long time. And here's some more 31 stuff. Skull and Bones does equal 31. And Tagliabue. Oh, Tagliabue died at 31 years, 31 days old. Really? Is that right? Yeah, he did. So he died at 31-31 on the day the Colts scored 31. See, Derek's great with these numbers. Look at that. And Rambo even talked about the 31. Huh. I mean, what's the chances he dies at 31,031 days old? That's just wild.
Well, and we're having this stream on 11/11/31, the 11th prime. I got something funny for you, Cody. I know you're not a big Instagram guy, but with you talking about John Cena, I saw a meme earlier today that made me think of you, and I thought you would get a kick out of it.
Oh yeah.
I don't have the meme up. This is for any of the older folks in our chat who might remember this, but let's see if this connects with you. The meme said, "I'm going to tell my kids that this is John Cena."
It does look like him, man.
Jim Varney, who played Ernest, all the Ernest Goes to Camp.
Yeah, man. It does look like him, man. Very, very much like him.
I was like, yeah.
Is that guy still alive?
No, dude. Here's what's crazy. As I pulled him up, Rambo talking about the 156s. This guy Jim Varney was born on June 15th, so he's got that 156 birthday. But no, he died in 2000. And
really?
He died in White House, Tennessee.
Okay.
Believe it or not. But yeah, no, I just thought this was funny.
No, that is funny. That is a very striking resemblance. Really.
I thought so. Another thing I just wanted to throw in there, shout out to Maggie. She threw out a comment earlier, and it was just kind of eerie as we're talking about Jonathan Taylor. And unbeknownst to me, I made that comment about home improvement, right? Like today with my camera, I'm being that neighbor for anyone that watched the show. There was always a neighbor that had his two eyes over the fence, but you never saw his face. But anyways, Jonathan Taylor Thomas.
Yeah.
Right? The child star?
Yeah.
Well, he's kind of relevant if you ask me. And I say that, let me stop screen here. Reshare, because Cody, I think both of you guys will see kind of where I'm going with this, but like we've been talking about a handful of teams, maybe a little less, But take a look at this. Like, so Jonathan Taylor Thomas. I'm just pulling up just the movies he was most known for, right? So Home Improvement was kind of where he got his start. He was in this movie Wild America, which is a good movie.
That show ended in 1999. Home
Yeah.
Improvement. That's the year Jonathan Taylor was born.
There you go.
Of course.
There you go.
Wow.
And during that whole span, right, he's doing movies like Wild America, Man of the House, Tom and Huck. But the big one for me, dude, is The Lion King.
Yeah.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas played Simba in the original Lion King. And don't forget that Mufasa, James Earl Jones, he died last year right before the World Series.
Right.
And then they released the Mufasa movie, right? And notice how old he is right now. He's 44, kind of like how Detroit equals 44, so does Michigan in the same cipher.
Wait,
you know what I'm saying?
He's born in Bethlehem.
Yep, exactly. And he's born in Bethlehem. So
he's born on September 8th, too. That's the day the Queen died.
There you go.
Wow. I mean, I need to look into this. I mean, I remember him. Of course, as a kid, I watched all of his stuff. I mean, of course, I watched Man of the House. That was one of my favorite movies. Home Improvement, of course, I watched. Tom and Huck, I watched that. And, of course, The Lion King. I think I watched all of his movies as a kid, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, we were talking about how Tom Brady with that 8-3 birthday. I mean, Jonathan Taylor Thomas, right? So there could be some sort of alignment with that. But I wanted to just throw that in there.
Yeah, Thomas. Yeah, Thomas means twin.
Right.
That could be a reference to the twin pillars. I said how this all goes back to Solomon's temple. That's what 119 is about. Babylon destroyed Solomon's temple on the 9th day of the 11th month. And the signature architectural feature of Solomon's temple is the twin pillars. That's where all this 911 comes from. Rome was the new Babylon. The Nazis, they're the new Rome. They considered themselves the Third Reich, and the Holy Roman Empire was the First Reich. And now, I mean, here we have a country where a president is inaugurated, where a full Nazi salute is performed at presidential inauguration. Well, the writing's been on the wall behind the speaker's lectern in the Capitol, in the congressional building. They have the two Roman fascia symbols, which is the bundle of reeds with an axe in the middle, or the two giant fascia on the walls. They've always been there, and it's on the money. It's on the dime. Those are symbols of Rome. So that's why a 9/11 and the twin pillars. That's where the name Thomas actually ties in, because Thomas means twin.
Yeah, and here's another thing. I just saw, you guys. Who was that? There was that Dallas player who just died, right? Who wore number 94? Marshawn something?
Neil something.
Nealand, yeah. Marshawn Nealand, I think. So he wears number 94, right? We were just talking about the opening game with the Cowboys, which was on September 4th, 9-4. But we just mentioned Lion King. Look what year it came out. It came out in 94. So
yeah,
to me, that's just intriguing. It's like, the Lion King, Jonathan Taylor with the Colts, and then you have Jonathan Taylor Thomas, who was the original Simba in Lion King. And the year before this, we had James Earl Jones die right before Mufasa released. And
the Lion,
shout out
the
to
Lion thing is so big right now too. With
exactly
Pope Leo.
Yeah, I'm just pinning King Cornelius here really quick. It's fitting that James Earl Jones died right before the MLB series. Yep, that was the Yankees and the Dodgers, and the movie The Sandlot. Yeah, he played the grumpy neighbor with the Beast, his dog. And the reason why that was so fitting, even more so, King Cornelius, is because there's only two pro teams that were mentioned in that movie, the Yankees and the Dodgers. So, but yeah, this 9-4 thing. Lion King released in 94. The season started on 9-4. You have Jonathan Taylor kicking ass with the Colts. Jonathan Taylor Thomas, the original. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to stretch anything. I'm just saying there could be something there.
No, it's definitely, you're not stretching anything at all, because the Lion theme has been the other theme that I've been. That's why my prediction like a month ago was Colts Lions. And not saying that's going to happen, but that I could see that happening. That's all I'm saying. But like, as far as the Lions too, there's a huge Daniel in the Lions Den riddle that's going on. And actually even Gematria Derek was actually he had some pretty interesting finds with the Daniel in the Lions Den. But you have Daniel Jones, right? And you have Daniel Campbell. Daniel Campbell's the coach of the Lions. And last year there was a whole thing going on with Daniels, the quarterback for the
That's right.
Capital, or not Capitals, but the Commanders. And the Capitals, I keep saying Capitals, but it's the Commanders played the Lions in the NFC Championship game, right? No, or the divisional game.
I'd have to double check on that.
Yeah, I think it was a divisional game because they played each other in the playoffs at some point last year. And it was a whole Daniel in the Lions Den riddle. And that connects to DNA because I talked about last year how DNA is Dan, and the tribe of Dan in the Bible is the anagram of DNA, and Daniel, DNA, right?
Yeah.
So, that's been going on for over a year now with the Daniel Lions Den, but that's what's also continuing this year. And Trump was just at the game the other night also, which I never even touched on yet either. He became the first sitting president to be at a game since 1978, which I think would have been Jimmy Carter, right? I need to look at that because I didn't even look who it was, and I never had time to look into it, but he was the first sitting president to be at a game since 1978. I think that would be Jimmy Carter because he was elected in, I believe, I'd have to look, and Jimmy Carter is connected to everything going on right now because the government shutdown happened on Jimmy Carter's birthday. So, and that's a lightning theme too. It's like shutting down the power, right? And I think that's a lot of what's been going on too, is the power shutting down, the government shutting down.
Yeah, you saw that in the headline that I showed of. They chose their words specifically. The headline on the result of the Berlin game that the Colts won, I think it said Jonathan Taylor powers Colts in electric performance.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they're very. As I underlined the word, like when I showed the headline, I underlined electric. But they said he powered the Colts in an electric performance. They know what they're doing. But also on the Daniel theme, you're talking about Jaden Daniels. Remember who it is who is part of the Trump trials. While the reason that I guess he got one of his criminal convictions for the hush money trial. Remember?
Yeah.
Stormy Daniels. They got that Storm. It has two of them, Stormy and Daniels, in it. So yeah.
No, that's that's super interesting. There was, and I don't want to be bouncing all over the place here, but there were two other things I just wanted to throw in here, just with what we've been talking about, like with the Dan DNA anagram. You know what, Rambo? We were just talking about this on the stream last week about the 666 connections. It's number of a man, but it's also number of a beast. And we're made of 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. Well, just a fun fact, when you look at the child actor, Jonathan Taylor Thomas, the upcoming Super Bowl is going to be 21 weeks and 6 days after his birthday. So you got that 666 connection with the 216. And then lastly, Rambo, when you were pointing out the initials of Calvin Klein and CK Charlie Kirk, let's not forget that Clayton Kershaw walks away with his championship right as he retires with another CK, defeating Alejandro Kirk, all that stuff. But check this out, Rambo. It made me think of Colin Kaepernick years and years ago, like kind of the CK before CK, and his connections to kind of neo-Nazis, and like right before Trump first came in, and how there was a lot of Nazi stuff going on back when Trump first became president, and this was the same time with all the kneeling stuff, and it makes me think about Marshawn Neely or Neeland or whatever who just
happened. So. That happened on Neeland's on Kaepernick's birthday, right? You know that, right? He died on
what?
Or no, wait, he didn't die. He got his only NFL touchdown 3 days before he died on Kaepernick's birthday.
Oh,
that was the big thing in my decode. I think everyone.
I must have missed.
Well, I know you haven't been as immersed in it as you've been busy with other things, but that was one of the big things. Is that that touchdown he scored, Neeland, was on Kaepernick's birthday.
Oh wow, dude. Well, thanks for bringing me up to speed on that.
Yeah. So I mean. That was so obvious. Like just that itself was obvious.
Yeah, no kidding.
Like it was just, I don't know. I mean, I just, the whole Neelan thing is actually really big too, because there was a huge 24-24 thing going on with that. And of course, what is the glyph of Jupiter? So something big that we discovered in my stream on that, and this will tie into everything too with what Rambo was talking about with the 24. Well, if you go to Strong's, the biblical concordance, Strong's 24-24. So it's Jesus, Jesus, and of course, I mean, there's the Zeus in, sounds like Zeus, right? But also, Widow's son has brought up this connection. By his stripes we are healed. Like stripes, like Jupiter has stripes. So, and of course, Jesus is the king, right? So there's so many connections with that. And so 24-24, right? Well, how many days after the founding of the Cowboys, the team he played for, how many days do you think Neelan died after the Cowboys were founded? This is crazy. He died 24,024 days after the Cowboys were founded. And here's the big thing. Not just that, but the gematria, right? He played for the Dallas Cowboys, right? Like Jesus Christ. Look at the match, right? But here's where it gets even better, because you can see that his team he played for has a 3 out of 4 cipher match in the base ciphers. But if you take the Latin cipher and you type in Marshawn Neelan.
There's your Mars again, too, by the way, Kodi. You've been talking a bit about Mars.
Yep. Definitely a Mars thing there. But look at this. 1275, like Jesus Christ.
Huh.
So not only did he die 24,024 days after the Cowboys were founded, like Jesus is the 24-24 in Strong's. His name equals Jesus Christ. His team equals Jesus Christ in 3 ciphers. This is tied to John Cena's retirement match. Also, because I think John Cena retirement match equals 89, the same cipher as Marshawn Neelan. John Cena's JC, Jesus Christ. I've talked about how John Cena represents the Last Supper because Cena means supper. People are being hungry right now or not being able to buy their supper right now. It's a lot of stuff going on with that. But the big thing with this 1275, so this is a number we were already watching. So me and Casey Jones Astrology, we've been watching this number, specifically this number, because, well, we knew Jesus Christ equaled 1275. We knew that. But when I saw that Marshawn Neelan equaled 1275, of course, in the Bible, there's a verse about every knee shall bow, right? Jesus Christ. It's about to the name Jesus Christ. That's what it says. And so 1275, right? The Super Bowl this year is, let me show you.
Oh, yeah. Shout out, see the future. Like Martian, right? You and your Martian years and all that stuff. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even think about that. It was right there.
Yeah, I thought about that.
Martian.
I haven't looked any more into it yet, but here's a Mars thing. If you want a Mars thing, guess about this one. The Berlin game, right, between the Colts and the Falcons. It was exactly 1 Martian year after those 2 teams last played. Think about that. That's the war god. Exactly 1 Mars year after those 2 teams last played. That's pretty big, actually.
Yeah. So could I translate that to Sumerian? So Jupiter is Enlil. So Mars is Enlil's son, and he's like the commander of Enlil's pretty much army. His name is Ninurta, and he's Mars. So that's how it ties into the Sumerian.
Wow.
Ninurta Mars is the son of Enlil, Jupiter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's both those archetypes, both those symbols represent like conquest and expansion and
empire.
Empires. Yeah.
Yep.
So I definitely, I was thinking that actually earlier when you were talking about that. But just real quick, going back to the 1275, Jesus Christ 1275, Marshawn Neelan 1275. The Super Bowl just so happens to be in Moon Lunation 1275. So this is why we were already looking for this number. But what's even crazier about this is if you go from 9/11/2001, don't forget Marshawn Neelan was born in 2001. But if you go from 9/11/2001 to the day after the Super Bowl, it will be the start of the 1275th week. Because as soon as you finish 1274 weeks,
Yeah.
You would start you're technically starting your 1275th week. So what is the chance of that? You got the lunation 1275. You got the start of your 1275th week, but it gets even crazier because if we go forward to the finishing of the 1275 week, it lands directly on 216. Well, what's 216? It's the last day of the snake. And look at this. If I click one more day over to the 17th, watch this lunation number change. So you're telling me that 1275 weeks after 9/11 falls on the last day of lunation 1275, which is the last day of the snake? Like, that is a pretty layered alignment right there. The last day of the snake year, the last day of the lunation 1275 weeks exactly after 9/11. Then the horse year starts, and then there's an annular eclipse on the 17th, which is Michael Jordan's birthday. There is a lot of stuff lining up for those 2 days for sure. Of course, I'm already looking for other days before that, but this is the year of the horse starting right here. It starts on 65 numerology. Horse equals 65. Actually, notice how the numerology for that day is 65 and 20. What a perfect day to start the horse year, because I believe that horse equals 65 and 20.
Well, and now that I think about it, Cody, the other movie that you might want to just take note of
25
with Jonathan Taylor Thomas is Wild America.
Yeah.
And or Man of the House, because those are two different movies where he's seen riding horses. There's one where he's like, he's a whatever. Long story short, he's doing Indian guides with one of them, and then Wild America, it's him and his brothers like going cross country. Like, you know, I don't know. Too much to get into the details, but like when we're talking about the horse here coming up, we're talking about the Lions connections, Jonathan Taylor Thomas, who's Simba, the son. You know, the other thing is the Solomon brothers connections with the temples and the pillars. Don't forget that the Lion King is essentially like a brother story, you know, like Mufasa is killed by his brother, right? It starts with that. So just wanted to emphasize that too.
Yeah, Enki and Enlil are half brothers.
Yes.
They have the same father, Anu, but different mothers, yes.
Mm-hmm. But I'm pretty sure that Mufasa and Scar, they were brothers. They weren't like, I don't know. Just to clarify, but
yeah, I mean, like that time period is lined up perfectly with the 1275, the Jesus Christ, the horse year starting. I said the first two numerologies that you can do for that date are 65 and 29. That's horse. And while we're on this topic, one last thing on the horse thing. Look at this. So I've told you guys before that the Chaldean cipher has been very predictive of Super Bowls before. I think that was the Bengals Super Bowl or something. The Chaldean cipher has come up huge with sports before for me. I've seen it come up pretty accurate. And look at this. If you type in 60, like it's Super Bowl 60. Whoops. I have it in my... Look at this. So Indianapolis in your reduction equals 60, right? But year of the horse, 60, like Indianapolis Colts is 60. Super Bowl 60. Also, look who equals 60. Taylor Allison Swift in the same cipher. So my dilemma with the Colts right now is this really just is all this Colt stuff with Jonathan Taylor just a sign for Taylor Swift and the Chiefs again? And
but don't forget too, Cody, don't forget about what you pointed out about where Jonathan Taylor Thomas is from. So we talked about how he's the son, he's Simba in The Lion King, he's the son, right, in that movie. Right. There's an alchemy connection there. But yeah, the actor is born in Bethlehem.
PA, and Taylor Swift's born in PA.
There you go, right? So I'm just saying, like, I don't know, the more we're talking about this, I'm like, dude, this old childhood actor who's walking around right now at 44 years old, I don't know. Because he was a huge deal, dude. He was a huge deal back in the day.
So a 60 connection with the Kansas City Chiefs last season. Remember, a lot of people thought the Chiefs would go undefeated the entire season. They went 6-0. So they went 6-0 in San Francisco, which is the site of Super Bowl 60. So they went 6-0. It was on Kamala Harris because she's the big San Francisco politician. It was on Kamala Harris's 60th birthday. So last year the Chiefs went 6-0 at the site of Super Bowl 60 on Kamala Harris's 60th birthday, which I thought, to me, is something to consider for Super Bowl 60.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of signs for the Chiefs. I mean, like, it's either the Colts, Chiefs, or Bills are my top three. I mean, it's one of those three in my opinion. But I would not be surprised if it's the Chiefs either. I mean, Taylor Swift being a part of that too is just, it just seems like, you know, and also Mahomes can make it to his fourth straight Super Bowl and win his fourth. And you had all the 4-4s to start the year. Like, there's that as well. That's kind of the first thing I thought of at the first game of the season was there was all that 4 stuff going on, and Mahomes can go to his 4th straight. The Chiefs can go their 4th straight.
So also with this Sumerian ancient god, war of the gods symbolism going on. So there's a lot of, again, it goes back to this, the blatant Nazi salute. Like, this isn't even subtle anymore. You can't say, oh, you guys are creative. You know a lot about esoteric stuff and you're just stretch. No, full on Nazi salute. Elon Musk at the inauguration. So there seems to be an emphasis on, with the Eagles winning, with the Eagle symbol, and the Thunder winning, and then this Berlin game. The Neptune is the nemesis of, that's Enki, the nemesis of Enlil. Would they let? Is this a time? I mean, there'll always be a time, I mean, the horse teams have won in the past, but with what's going on now, I'm wondering, do you let a Neptune symbol team win? And it seems the team that kind of fits the narrative of the present day is the Patriots, and they have a record that nobody thought they'd have at the beginning of the year. They just keep winning and winning, but the Patriots have that.
Yeah, they've been doing well.
What are they?
Quietly
8-2 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if that's the team they may have knock off the Neptune symbol. I don't know. It's just speculation because there's so much of this Jupiter that they're really pushing. Is this a time when they want to have Jupiter loose, especially with the Thunder already winning and the Eagles winning? But it seems the team to do it, which fits their theme. This whole, they even having that alternative, like, Turning Points USA is having an alternative halftime show to the un-American Spanish language halftime show, according to them, and they have their own halftime show for Patriots. Actually, I think they're calling it something like that, like the Patriot halftime show or something. You know how the Patriot Act came out after 9/11, which is when the Patriots dynasty, the Patriots dynasty started.
Definitely.
So the Patriots they're going to do something in the playoffs. I mean, what, they're 8-2 now. They're going to be in the playoffs, and I always wonder if that would fit. Just speculation, if that fits the theme there.
Well,
it definitely could.
It seems they're doing. It seems they're doing a throwback right now because the last few years, of course, it's been the dominant teams in the AFC have been the Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens. Those have been like the best teams, right? But if you think about the good old days from when I was young, which was before these 3 teams, the best teams a lot of times were the Colts, the Broncos, and the Patriots. Well, those are the 3 teams that are the best in the league right now. And think about the connections there. You have Peyton Manning versus Tom Brady. I grew up on that. I mean, that was the big rivalry, especially being a Colts fan. I grew up on that. And Peyton Manning's connected with both the Broncos and the Colts. And of course, Tom Brady was on the Patriots. So, and the other team is doing okay this year also is Tom Brady's other team, the Buccaneers. So I think they're kind of doing a throwback to Peyton Manning and Tom Brady right now with their former teams kind of like being good again.
Oh, that's a good point. I just wanted to share my screen here just to show that Lion King also equals 44.
Yeah.
In the same cipher as Michigan and Detroit. And Jonathan Taylor Thomas right now is 44 years old. So interesting things to add. But then, hey, we were asking about that 89 earlier. Shout out to another War Machine. Maybe this is another one.
Yeah, that's it. That was it.
He said he's a little behind, but yeah, Indiana Jones and
that
the
was
Last
what I was going to say.
Came out in '89. So thank you, War Machine, for
that was about video. Sorry,
that was in your video, but
but
I didn't think. But I knew that already because I was looking at that movie. Of course, I've been looking at all the Indiana Jones movies, and I was like, I was going to say that. I was holding on to that until after your presentation, Rambo, because your video reminded me of it, and then I was like, then after that, I couldn't remember it. But yeah, thank you to who was it?
War Machine. War Machine. Yeah.
Thank you to War Machine for reading my mind, I guess, because he that's exactly what I wanted to say. So going back to that, you had Taylor Swift born in 89, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade in 89, and then the Berlin Wall. And what was the Super Bowl in 89? That was another thing I was going to look up. Let's see. Do you guys remember what the Super Bowl was? I know it was a significant one.
I don't know. You can search it.
Oh,
quick.
well, actually, while I'm here too, I want to mention this for sure. You see the victory statue in Indy? I told you guys that at the center of Indy, there's a victory statue and the circle, monument circle is the road. Well, there's also one in Berlin. So this was also another clue. It's actually, kind of similar. But there's definitely a victory theme here going on.
Cody, Cody,
What?
it was 49ers Bengals in 89. We just had Bob Trumpy die from the Bengals, legendary broadcaster.
Right.
And then it was Joe
49ers
Montana, and the 49ers. Oh my
Wait,
god.
and that was the year they did the Elvis halftime show, right? And Elvis Bebop Bamboozled, right? Bebop Bamboozled.
Blitzkrieg Bop.
Yeah, like maybe that is connected. Bebop Bamboozled Super Bowl. Here it is. Yeah, look, January 22nd, 1989, the Bebop Bamboozled Super Bowl halftime show. Wait, but there's another connection too. It was in Miami. And I told you, the Colts have never been to a Super Bowl except for in Miami. They've never been to one outside of Miami. But obviously this one was in Miami and they weren't there, but this one San Francisco was in. So yeah, it's a chain. It's hard to figure it out, but I'm not going to try to predict anything perfectly, but it does seem like there's clues for every team, of course, like usual. But this was the Elvis one, right? So this was an Elvis impersonator with 3D effects and magic tricks. And the reason that Elvis connects to this Jupiter thing, well, first of all, he's the king, like Jupiter's the king of the gods. But think about Elvis and his catchphrase, taking care of business, TCB. He wore a chain all the time. And yeah, it's his chain, TCB, right? And think about the king of music, right? King of gods, Jupiter, Enlil, right? TCB, lightning bolt. TCB is two. Well, if you read it, you get into 2023 out of there. The 223 out of there. Either way you read it, really, it's like 3. If you read it with the C on top, like the 320 is T, and then 2 is B, so 322. It's right there. And
I read it. It kind of looks like TB, like Tom Brady, like how he won his last championship in Tampa Bay, home of the Lightning.
Yeah,
who have that lightning symbol right there, the lightning symbol right in between T and B.
Right, but look at this.
Oh, there you go. Oh, and it equals 106.
Right,
that's a big one.
Well, Elvis is, again, we have to do a whole stream about Elvis at some point, guys, because you cannot overlook this Super Bowl coming up and not have Elvis involved because it's in Levi's Stadium. Again, that's an anagram of Elvis. Elvis is in your jeans. I should probably just bring up that song because they're always.
Oh yeah, you brought it up to Rambo, and Rambo's the music guy. I think Rambo. You didn't remember that song, right, Rambo? I don't.
Oh no, yeah, I wasn't familiar with that one.
Elvis is in your jeans. What a weird.
Oh yeah, it's Elvis is Everywhere by Mojo Nixon. So just look at the lyrics. Like when I look into your eyes out there, your eyes like blue eyes, like jeans. You know what I see? I see a bit of Elvis. Man, I hate these sites, man. They're always cutting off everything. I really hate these sites. In each and every one of you out there, I see a bit of Elvis in each and every one of you out there. Let me tell you, well, Elvis is everywhere. Elvis is everything. Elvis is everybody. Elvis is still king. Man, oh man, what I want you to see is that Big E's. And this has always connected me to the WWE because there was a wrestler named Big E in the WWE. Literally, Big E. And, but yeah, inside of you and me, Elvis is everywhere. Elvis is in your jeans, Levi's jeans, right? Levi's Stadium in San Francisco. He's in your cheeseburgers. He's in your Nutty Buddies. He's in your mom. He's everywhere. He's in, but wait till he says where he's not. This is interesting. He's in your young and old, the fat and skinny, the white and black, the brown and blue. People get Elvis in them too. Elvis is everybody out there. Elvis got everybody in them. Everybody except one person, that is. Yeah, one person. The evil opposite of Elvis, the anti-Elvis, Michael J. Fox. Now, there's got to be, I'm sure Rambo can break. I'm sure
Oh
I'd
my
figure out
God.
exactly. Michael J. Fox is the only one that Elvis is not in. And Elvis is in Joan Rivers, but he's trying to get out. Man, he's trying to get out. Listen up, Joni baby. And it just keeps going. Man, there's a lot of unexplained phenomenon out there in the world. Like this connects Elvis to the ET connection, extraterrestrial. Yeah, but you get the gist. Man, I didn't realize it was even so long. Holy moly.
Yeah, there's a lot of riddles in this.
I mean, yeah, Elvis is everywhere.
Yeah, I can't think why he made Michael J. Fox an exception. Yeah,
No, for real. That is a really like out of billions and billions of people you can name, you're gonna
No,
name
there's
Michael J.
definitely a
Fox.
reason though. I mean, with how coded that song is, there is an absolute 100% reason that they put Michael J. Fox as the anti-Elvis.
That's unbelievable, bro. Who's that by again?
Mojo Nixon. He died last year, actually. But again, just going back to the Super Bowl with the Levi's, we just had all this jean stuff with Sydney Sweeney.
I'm sorry, Cody. One more time. Who's it by?
Mojo Nixon.
Okay. Thanks, bro.
And think about this, going back to Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift passed, look at this. Taylor Swift and Elvis Presley are both music legends, but Taylor Swift surpassed Elvis to hold the record for most weeks at number 1 on the Billboard 200 as a solo artist in 68 weeks compared to 67. So this is crazy right here. She passed Elvis for 68 weeks compared to his 67. Look at what the word Elvis equals in gematria. Like how coded is that? How coded is that, man? Like they literally say she passed him with 68, and that's the reverse of Elvis, right? So she's reversing him. Like she passed him with 68 in reverse at his 67.
And Cody, I don't know if you saw this pinned comment here. I just want to make sure that it got addressed. But yeah, the Super Bowl's on 2/8, as we know. And then I was thinking more about Sydney Sweeney because of Rambo's stuff about the controversial Eagle jeans ad right after the Eagles won the Super Bowl. But she's 28 years old. And then I think about too, Rambo, we talked about this in one of our last couple weeks about the land down under, Drake, right? Drake's, Blue Jays didn't end up winning, but they ended up winning on his birthday, right? After his shaming ritual in the Super Bowl. But he was in the land down under. I don't know if he was in Sydney, Australia specifically, but he was in the land down under in Australia on Michael Jordan's birthday this year still, when we had the upside down plane crash in Toronto. So yeah, there's some really interesting, all of a sudden it just kind of clicked for me, like Sydney Sweeney, Elvis, Drake, jeans, like Levi's, boom. It's like, whoa, okay, it's all right there.
So after Sydney Sweeney's the controversy, it was completely fabricated, predictably, sales just skyrocketed for American Eagle. It was all predictable. But after that happened, they manufactured some rivalry with Levi's. So Levi's is saying, oh, we're not racist. Like, they didn't actually say it, but that's kind of implied. So sure. Levi's were highlighting Beyonce as their top celebrity for women's jeans. And it became a Beyonce versus Sydney Sweeney type thing. I don't know how much.
What a weird rival.
Yeah, so Levi's was the, I don't know, that's what Beyonce was with. I guess they're overdoing this whole division thing. It's so obvious that they want people divided, and this is just part of it. They're doing it with the Super Bowl, with that halftime show, and I think Trump has even said that the Super Bowl will be. They're saying ICE agents will swarm the Super Bowl. He's already said that. And
Well, and then thank you for mentioning that, because shout out to He Got Game Myron. He pointed out to me, because I'm not like a big rap enthusiast, but I want to say Drake either just correct, keep me honest, chat please. Drake released or was working on some sort of album called Iceman. And he also had a song called Pain 1993. I want to say that was the last time that the Blue Jays were in the World Series or something, but this whole ice thing, just look up Drake Iceman, I think it's called. I don't know if it's an album that has been released or Cody, thank you. I think it's very relevant. It's very important bringing this up, just because what we talked about with Drake and then all the ice stuff going on politically. What does it say there?
Expected to be released in late 2025, so it's not released yet.
Huh.
Ninth
Okay.
studio album by Drake,
Okay.
expected to be released in late 2025. I wonder if he releases it around John Cena's retirement match. Or
shout out Maggie too. She pointed out Iceman from Top Gun, kind of like how not too long ago we had that sequel.
The ice thing is just so clear too. If you think about it, like the ICE agents are meant to stop the flow of immigrants, right? Stopping the flow. ICE is the stopped up water. It's frozen water. So this is like a kind of a riddle for transmutation, right? Like transmuting, the like 32 degrees to 33, right? So, and you have ice to water. That's why I believe that's one of the big reasons they're calling it ice, right? That's because they're stopping the flow. That's what they exist to do, is to stop the flow of immigrants throughout the country, and they're ice, right? So I think that's a big part of the water thing and the ice and water frozen.
It's funny that Agent D, kind of like Ice Agent, just had to throw in here. This is a good one. The kid who started the whole 6'7" thing, his name is Maverick. So that's kind of interesting.
I was gonna mention that too, because Elvis equals 67, Satanic equals 67.
Yep.
In the same cipher as Elvis.
And I don't know if you saw that South Park episode, Cody. I did a trim of it on my Instagram. You should check it out. And it's all the kids doing 6'7" in the hallways, and at the very end, they're all meeting in the gym. And the gym teacher says, "All right, kids, there's been word about some weird satanic numerology shit going on here." Like that's like literally that's in the episode.
Wow.
On South Park.
Of course, she said satanic, the actual word satanic.
Yeah.
Exactly. So that equals 67 in gematria.
But for me, the biggest thing is the hand symbolism.
Right.
I'm not going to do it for people to screenshot and call me satanic, but the whole up and down of the hands, just like the Baphomet, right?
Right.
It's just lots to it.
7-1 made a good comment. I don't think we should miss. Back up.
Yeah, let me check.
He said Marty, going back to why Marty might be the one. Marty steals the lightning to get back to the future in the movie.
Where is that? Hold on. That's a big one, because Rambo's talked a lot about Zeus and keeping the lightning from mankind.
Humans.
Yeah, from mankind, right?
And it's Prometheus who stole the lightning from Zeus and was severely punished for doing so.
Why can't I find it?
I think there's a movie out now, Percy the Lightning Thief. There's a sequel to that that's out either on streaming or in the theaters. But
here it is. Yeah, so Marty steals the lightning to get back to the future. Yeah, I think the burning riddle tonight's going to be, why is Michael J. Fox the only one mentioned in Elvis is Everywhere?
Lightning bolt equals 149, right? Like Antichrist. And he basically calls Marty the Antichrist, right? 149, like lightning bolt. Of course, Satan does fall in the Bible like lightning. So that makes a lot of sense to me, and it does fit along with what Rambo's been talking about, is stealing the lightning from. So, but how does Marty Marty is like more like a Mars thing, right? Like Marty.
Well, in Rambo, with this comment here, HR3J77RHR, Zeus represents the wheel, aka the circle of life, and makes me think about the movie Lion King once again. It's kind of the main theme. Let's not forget about really quick, like all the connections with Obama and lightning in 44, and he called himself Simba, right? Back on the anniversary of the Church of Satan, April 30th, 2017, I think 2016. Sorry, I got a little excited with that one.
Yeah, so yeah, there are multiple cycle symbols. Yeah, Zeus is Jupiter, and the Jupiter orbital cycle is 1 year, approximately 12 years. So the number 12, which is the number of a cycle on a clock, or the yearly cycle of 12 months, and the Jupiter cycle is 12 years. That's why the number 12 is a cycle symbol. Jupiter can be a cycle symbol, but the sun is also a cycle symbol, a major one. There are multiple cycle symbols. The Pluto cycle is important because it's the biggest one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, Zeus hoards lightning from humans, and that's a common theme, even if you go back to Enlil. So by some interpretations, and again, there's no agreement on interpretations of the Sumerian texts. Zechariah Sitchin's interpretations are popular, but he's very much maligned because he was not a Sumerologist or an Assyriologist. He was an economist, and he has made some mistakes in translations. But there are some who agree that his and the translations are now widely available in the cuneiform, and multiple Sumerologists, Assyriologists, and others. You don't even have to be of those disciplines can actually see the text for themselves. They've been translated to every language, but Enlil this is long before Christianity existed. The original Garden of Eden, they call the place where they wanted humans to proliferate, was called Eden, which is in modern day Iran, they say. But Enki was the one who created man, and so you can see where the Bible gets because it came from that area. The Abrahamic religions, their creation myth of man being created from clay, well, that comes from the Sumerian texts where they had clay and all the gods got together, which I guess would be Anunnaki, and they all the gods spat into the clay, and they made a mix with it, and then they sacrificed one of the gods, literally like kill them, to put their spark, like Frankenstein's monster, into man. And Enki was the mastermind, I guess, genetic mastermind of that. But Eden, which is where humans were supposed to proliferate so their numbers could grow, is where it was Enki, I guess, who got angry that Enlil, who's the Jupiter symbol, got angry that Enki, the geneticist, had made humans too intelligent. He actually upgraded human intelligence. So they wanted humans just smart enough to understand orders and to operate tools. And it was Enki, the Jupiter symbol, who expelled. He did not want humans to be too intelligent. Now you'll see that in the Greek mythology with Zeus, he did not want humans to be too intelligent. And then so Prometheus and Enki are also considered. So Prometheus is an analog of the Enki archetype, because Prometheus is the same thing. You have Zeus doesn't want humans to be too intelligent. Then you have this other party who does want to help humans, takes some of the lightning, gives it to humans, that upgrades humans, and then Zeus goes into a narcissistic rage. That's straight out of the Sumerian text. And if you look at the Bible, the quote-unquote God of Eden said, do not eat from the trees. Just taking it on surface value. Surface value, what the Bible says, not interpreting, on surface value. If you eat of the fruit of the trees, on that day you will die. The snake said, no, you will not die. You'll actually reach, quote-unquote, God's level. That's what the Bible says. And what does the Bible quote God as saying once Adam and Eve eat the fruit? That's Genesis 3:22. Now man has become as one of us to know good from evil. But that's not what he told Adam and Eve. He said, you'll die when you eat the fruit. When they did, God said, oh, now man has become as one of us, and us is plural. This came straight. To understand that, you have to look at the Sumerian text. It makes perfect sense what you see. I'm taking the Bible text on face value. God first said, you'll die. The snake said, you will not die. They ate it, and they didn't die. They actually reached God's level by God's own acknowledgement. Now man has become as one of us. And then he says, if they reach out to the tree of life and eat of it, they will live forever. And he said, he can't have that. He didn't want him to have knowledge, and he didn't want him to eat from the tree of life either. But God, as described in the Garden of Eden, is really against humans. And that sounds exactly like Enlil. That sounds exactly like Zeus. This God, this powerful God. And does that sound like a God of creation who's insecure? No. So they're not really describing the actual source God of creation. They're describing flesh and blood beings with psychological frailties. And so, yeah, so that's the common theme. The idea of taking lightning from Zeus, or, taking knowledge that you're not supposed to have hoarded from humans, because God forbid that humans should improve themselves. This God suddenly is not so secure, and that's a common theme. It's common theme right from Sumerian texts, Greek texts, ancient Greek texts, Abrahamic religion texts. That's the theme, and that seems to be who they're, at least symbolically, a lot of the elite, and just what we see going on and the symbols they use, a Nazi party. And who's more insecure than Nazis, who have to go around with a hammer and smash everyone and deny people civil rights, which has happened throughout history. Humans have really struggled to just get basic rights throughout history. It's just a constant struggle. There's always this force that's afraid of humans, free will expressing humans.
I really appreciate that, like, further elaboration, Rambo, because with you once again bringing it back to the forbidden fruit, Genesis 3:22, etc. It takes me back to, I think, one of the first episodes we did with Kodi when he jumped on with us, where we were talking about that hangman symbolism in that show called White Lotus. Yeah, you might remember the kid, he's laying there and he's by the pool, and we had that conversation. Well, I'm sharing this because Sydney Sweeney was in this particular season as well. She played the sister of that young man who we talked about during that episode, but it goes back to this poisonous fruit, essentially. I'll just leave it there. That's why, the brother was close to dying, but I just thought it was pretty in line with everything, especially with what you've been talking about with Sydney Sweeney and what we've talked about months ago at this point. And it comes back. So yeah, I mean, it has to do with this deadly fruit called the Cerbera odolum tree, which was on the property of where this vacation was being held. And I'll just leave it there. But
so Cerbera, I can see that's a reference to the brain.
Yeah.
Like in Spanish, brain is cerebro. Or someone's cerebral. A cerebral person, someone's very thoughtful, and so that's a brain reference. And
yeah, so this Cerbera olidellum tree, the plant, it's known as the suicide tree, or pong pong. That's what they call it, apparently. Sorry.
Yeah. Anyways. So for some reason, it is a brain reference. I don't know more about the plot of that movie. Why it would be called a suicide tree? I guess I don't know. That's kind of implied in the Bible. Like, they were told if you eat from it, you'll die. So he said you'll be committing suicide basically if you eat from it. Yeah. Which is not what happened. But maybe that's the connection to a suicide tree. It's like, if you eat this fruit, you'll die, and then, or will you?
Right.
That thing, yeah.
Yeah, no, the other thing I just really wanted to showcase here, I put it up briefly, but I didn't want to distract the viewers. Hold on just a second. And I'm really surprised it took me this long to catch it. But as we were talking about Michael J. Fox, out of nowhere, Hold on. Not out of nowhere, because we've been talking about him for a minute. Sorry, I hate navigating these tabs. Yeah, just notice that Michael J. Fox equals 106. And we're talking about the 106th NFL season in San Francisco. We're in Back to the Future. The train goes to San Francisco, right? Like all that stuff. So, wow. I hadn't punched it in until now. So
see, this is why I can't discount the Ravens, because they're so heavily coded with Back to the Future. With the train going to San Francisco, and Clara, she says she buys a one-way ticket to San Francisco, and the Super Bowl is in Santa Clara for the second time. And the Super Bowl will be on the birthday of the actress who plays Clara. And in Back to the Future, the bridge is out. So they're on the train number 131. It's headed on the track. They're trying to reach at 88 miles an hour, but there's no bridge. The bridge is out. But where did we have the bridge out? In Baltimore on March 26th, when the bridge collapsed. That looks like a Back to the Future connection. And it happened on March 26th. March 26th is the birthday of Biff Tannen, not of the actor who plays Biff Tannen, but Biff Tannen's birthday is March 26th. And Biff Tannen is 88 years old at the time of the Super Bowl. March 26th, also the birthday of Nancy Pelosi, San Francisco politician, who was born in Baltimore. And as the train is headed towards the bridge, it's no bridge, you know how Clara hangs upside down on the side of the train, which is the hangman symbol. Who's the hangman? Odin, who hung upside down on the tree of Yggdrasil. The birds of Odin are ravens. And Clara was wearing purple. There's a lot of, and also, yeah, so the day of the Super Bowl leaves 326 days in the year. On the February 8th is the Super Bowl. That leaves 326 days in a year. That's the same as March 26th, the day that the bridge collapsed in Baltimore.
And that was Francis, right? The Francis Scott Key Bridge, like San Francisco.
Yeah, and the bridge is Pontiff. Pontiff means bridge builder. And remember that, and I was wondering, is anything ever going to become of this ritual, or is this nothing? Pope Francis received a jersey of Lamar Jackson. Remember that?
I don't remember that. No.
He was gifted Lamar Jackson's jersey. You
That's
can look
weird.
it up. You can look Pope Francis, Lamar Jackson. So it had the number 8 on it, Lamar Jackson, but they had Francis on it. And so this is the first Super Bowl after the death of Pope Francis, who died at 88, which is the Back to the Future number. Yeah, there he is with Lamar Jackson's jersey. I'm saying go ahead. Yeah.
But again, I think that you're onto some. I mean, I think the Ravens are going to come back and probably even get in the playoffs at this point. They started horribly, but they're already 4-5 again, right? And they were 1-5. So don't forget, Baltimore super connected to the Vatican. Wasn't Baltimore the first Catholic church in the United States?
Yeah, like Maryland was established as a Catholic haven.
Right.
Yeah.
And but that also takes us back, though, because think about this. When did the Baltimore Colts, become the Indianapolis Colts? In the middle of the night on March 27th.
Oh, that's right, Cody. I forgot that the Colts came from Baltimore.
They became the Colts in the middle of the night, right? Like the other day was the night of broken glass. They called it the midnight move is what they called it. And of course, Ravens they're all dark birds like night. Lamar Jackson is black. But yeah, like there's this whole theme with this Colts Ravens, and perhaps the reason the Colts are doing so well this year is because it's kind of a clue on to that eventually Baltimore is going to come back and take it all. maybe that's a clue, or maybe the Colts are going to go to the Super Bowl because they represent Baltimore instead. But think about how that happened in the middle of the night, and it happened on 3/27 going into 3/28. And what year was that? 1984. And we've just had a week of nothing but 84s. As the Colts were in Berlin, we had Bob Trumpy die, who wore number 84. Then we had Dick Cheney die at 84 the next day. Then we had the NFL commissioner die on the Berlin game at 84. And then we had just today Sally Kirkland die at 84. And J.D. Vance, born in 84, of course, the book 1984. This goes back to the same theme we've been talking about, but I think it's definitely has to do with the Baltimore Ravens and Colts theme, and I think I wouldn't be surprised to see either of them in there, to be honest. I did forget to say Baltimore earlier when I was talking about it, but I mean, I would not be surprised either, like Rambo said, if they somehow make it there.
So I want to shout out Bobby Simpson. So Casey Jones Astrology. He made a connection because I talked about the Bad Bunny, how Bad Bunny's connected to Alice in Wonderland, because the number in Alice in Wonderland is 106, which is on the Mad Hatter's hat at the 106th NFL season. That's significant in and of itself. But then they on Mad Hatter Day, 106, October 6th, the NFL actually did a Mad Hatter tribute, having the quarterback with the 106th birthday, Trevor Lawrence, actually defeat the Kansas City Chiefs, and they had the Alice in Wonderland connections last year. Patrick Mahomes' daughter had a big, in the media, big public birthday. It was a tea party themed butterfly birthday party for Patrick Mahomes' daughter. Well, the tea party, that's where the Mad Hatter is in Alice in Wonderland. He's at the never ending tea party. So, and also when Bad Bunny got announced as the official halftime show performer, that actually cemented the Alice in Wonderland connection, because he was born in March. He's not the White Rabbit, he's the March Hare. The March Hare in Alice in Wonderland has some straw on his head with a crude straw hat. Bad Bunny was announced as Super Bowl halftime performer by the NFL, the official NFL video, while wearing a traditional Puerto Rican straw hat called a pava. And so that the straw hat and the straw and the fact that he was born in March and he's Bunny, he's the March Hare. And so shout out to Bobby Simpson. He made a connection with 1984, since you mentioned 1984, because there's an album by Van Halen, and the big hit song from the 1984 album by Van Halen is the song Jump. And he made that connection. And the reason he brought it up is because Eddie Van Halen died on Mad Hatter Day. 106. Oh, wow. Yeah, this is Bobby Simpson. So yeah, and he was saying how Jump relates to a rabbit, because rabbits hop, rabbits jump. That's their big hit. That Van Halen's big hit from the album 1984. And he died on 106 as well, Mad Hatter Day on the 106th. So yeah, since you mentioned 1984, and just mention just to see what's happening now in larger society. This is a reflection of what's happening, across the board. You have more of a 1984 type dystopian authoritarian government, which, I mean, you even have the president threatening to swarm the Super Bowl with ICE agents. This is 1984 stuff. How are you going to threaten the attendees of a Super Bowl? And that's supposed to be America's high holy day. And now you're like, well, you might get arrested. It's like, what are you trying to do? Keep people away from the Super Bowl? But yeah, so 1984 ties in that way too, through Van Halen's album and a big hit, Jump. Yeah,
that's a great connection, actually. I mean, with all the rabbit stuff, and what's weird is we got a good full handful of animals that we could connect to this: the lion, the horse, the rabbit. But like, yeah, I definitely think 1984 is a huge part of this, because all the 84 stuff that's been going on the last week. And
ironically, I just finished actually reading 1984 like 2 months ago.
Oh,
I finally
really?
picked it up. I was like, I got to read it. And
look at this. When the Colts moved, when Baltimore moved. So look at the area code for Indianapolis, 317, right? Which is the 66 prime. So they moved to the midnight move, right? The midnight move refers to Baltimore Colts relocation in the midnight of 28th 1984, March 28, 1984. So what's interesting and what I find super interesting about that is look at the span between the midnight move and the Super Bowl. 41
Oh.
years, like Super Bowl is 41 and 317 days. So the Indianapolis area code is perfectly encoded into the day the Colts moved to the 317 area code.
Baltimore equals
317
41.
days.
Another thing too, the Colts won Super Bowl 41.
Right.
So yeah, that's a big number for the Colts.
And that's their area code. They post this all the time on their thing too, on the Twitter account for Indianapolis. They're always doing the 317. The Pacers also post this a lot when they play. But also Super Bowl 41. Here's another big one. Or was it Super Bowl 41 or Super Bowl 41 date? When was that? So no, it wasn't that one. It was was it 43? No, it must have been. Was it okay? Then it was 44. Hold on, because the Colts went to another Super Bowl. Yeah, look at that. Super Bowl 44 ended 31-17, like a lot like the area code, right? I just showed you. It's very similar to the 317, but the Colts lost this Super Bowl to the Saints. Well, this Super Bowl was on February 7th. So look how many days this was. So if you go from that happened to that Super Bowl in 2010, I guess what it was, yeah. It was, if you do a span, it was also 317. So they that year they made it to the Super Bowl, that 317 played out. Think about it. It was 317. Time. Yeah, and that played out that year. That's probably one of the reasons they made it that year. They made it 317 days after their area code, the day they moved to there. So that's why I'm like, huh. So the Super Bowl is even lining up this year to be there, right? So
it's also St. Patrick's Day.
Right, and that's thank you for reminding me that. That's the other big part. Who is the guy who promotes right now? And this connects everything. The guy I don't ever talk about enough. Pat McAfee.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's a huge Colts fan.
Who he played
he was
for
the kicker,
Colts.
right? Yeah, he was a kicker
played for the Colts, yeah. And he's a huge wrestling. He announces for WWE as well. He's a huge WWE fan. But so, and he was there when John Cena was there in Indianapolis, of course. But St. Patrick's Day, 317.
Yeah.
Patrick. His name is Patrick. John Cena just won his championship last night in Boston, and he had clover leaves all over his shirt.
Why?
Patrick. So
why would he have clover leaves all over?
Well, it's Boston. It was Boston. So
okay. All right. Okay.
But I believe that connects back to this. And remember, what is the horseshoe a symbol of? Like a clover. It's luck.
Well, Kodi, and really quick, I just got to emphasize. I'm not sure if you got a chance to see my video like 2 weeks ago when the whole Chauncey Billups, Terry Rozier betting scandal thing popped off. But Terry Rozier, kind of like Pete Rose betting scandals, right? Dude, if you wouldn't mind doing this really quick, talk about the 317s. I think this is important with the Boston connection you just mentioned. If you wouldn't mind, you can just open up another tab, type in Terry Rozier 317 head tattoo. He like, I don't even need to explain it. Like you'll see the image here. Terry Rozier, by the way, he was drafted by Boston. So was Chauncey Billups, right? And when you're gambling, you want to get lucky, right? So
are you kidding me? This guy has a 317 tattoo on his head,
which is his birthday. His birthday is 317, but notice he did it in reverse, so that way it says lie.
Looks like lie.
Like
yeah.
no, like and he talks about it and stuff. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Well, we've talked about this on my channel before. We've talked about this very thing when you invert the word, and you know, like when you type in what's the phrase you type in? If you type in like a whole phrase of like lie is the lie upside down or something like that. I wish.
Yeah, no, well, I mean 317 is lie backwards. Oh, you're talking about when you type it out.
No, there's a phrase. Derek would know this. When you type the phrase in, like I just don't remember exactly how they phrased it, but it
type
actually
in lie upside down. Just lie upside down.
Oh,
Maybe that was it. No. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. Maybe the chat can help us out.
Hold on. I'll use the trusty database real fast because I know it's probably in here. The word lie flipped upside down.
The word lie. There you go. Yeah, that's a good one. The word lie flipped upside down. 317.
So yeah, the 317 is actually interesting. And then this guy, Rozier, I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah,
again,
and he was one of the only two people in this whole scandal that popped off. It was him and Chauncey Billups. They were both drafted by the Celtics. And there was a weird thing at the end of that video where I pointed out how Terry Rozier was wearing number 12 and Chauncey was wearing number 5, I think it was. And then you look at like the two late. I don't know, dude. I got to go back. My brain's kind of fuzzy too, but I'm just saying that Terry Rozier, it was worth bringing it up with
Terry
what
Rozier,
you mentioned.
he's born on 317. Okay,
That's
Scary
what I'm saying.
Terry.
So that's why he's got his 317 tattoo.
So Pat McAfee. Let's see when he was born. I know he's born on. Oh, he has the Rock's birthday. I forgot about that.
Oh, okay. Well, birthday. Indiana equals 52.
Right. But this is why I started thinking so Pat McAfee, before the season even started, or actually maybe it was the first game of the season, he started posting this. Like he's posting it every
When did he
week.
post that?
Well, he's posted it multiple times. I'm just choosing one that came up, but he's posted this like over and over and over and over and over and over again. Like literally just saying the Colts are going to win the Super Bowl. The Colts are going to. He just keeps saying it over and over and over. Like every week he says this. And everyone's like kind of, at first they were just laughing at him, but now it's like starting to become, wait, the Colts are good now. So are they either using him as a play? Like this is like literally going to be kind of, well, I mean, it's not like people even really believe him at this point yet either, because most people don't believe the Colts are contenders yet because they've only beaten not so good teams so far. So, but it is interesting that he keeps saying this. The Colts are going to win the Super Bowl. And I think it's actually even coded. I think I ran the gematria on it.
Random question for you, Kodi. What were your thoughts on Indiana Jones getting a bloody mouth? I'm sure you saw that, right? They were showing Dan Jones with the bloody mouth as he was playing and stuff. I don't know if maybe there was something else you saw with that, but
isn't it interesting that it equals 131 like Super Bowl? That's the whole phrase he keeps writing.
Yeah.
But so the bloody mouth, well, man, I had to think. I was thinking about that. I was like, like how that actually fits. I didn't really come up with any kind of like idea about that yet, but I think it was to make him kind of look, just on the surface level, I think it was to make him look a bit tougher, right?
Sure.
Like, or maniac. They kept saying he's a maniac. Like they kept saying he's psycho or something, like, because he looked like he was psycho, a vampire. Maybe.
Hey, Mike from Michigan, really quick, pointed out that he posted that tweet, whatever you were pointing out, Kodi, at 11:31 p.m.
What tweet?
I don't know. I think what you were was that the time there?
Yeah, it's 11:31. It would be 11:31 Indiana time because I'm in Indiana time. So
yeah, I'm sorry, Rambo. What were you gonna say?
I'm gonna say I've done some decode on the bloody mouth symbolism. I don't know how it applies here, and it has to do with the giants and how clowns are based off of the, I guess, myth you could call it, that there used to be giants on Earth and they were meat eaters, which is why, and clowns are based on that. So think of like Ronald McDonald, for example, and you have, with Donald Trump, him being a McDonald's pitchman, his name is Donald. Yeah. What do clowns have? They have the red mouth, a red tip on their nose, because when a carnivorous animal eats, when you eat something bloody, you'll have blood around your mouth, but you also get blood on the tip of your nose. And the clowns have these exaggerated large feet. They give clown feet, exaggerated large feet. Those are indications of giants, just to symbolize like these carnivorous giants. And I don't know how that would tie into this, but I have done decodes on the bloody mouth, and that's what it was.
I never thought about that. I mean, I've seen a lot of stuff about McDonald's and be careful what you're eating, but
Yeah, but yeah, so
Um,
they say like some of the giants might have actually eaten humans as well. But you
mhm.
know how a carnivorous animal eats, they'll get blood on their mouth, but you also get blood on the tip of your nose. So the tip of your nose will have blood, and you have blood around your mouth. That's why clowns have the red nose, blood around the mouth, and the giant feet.
Well, and it makes me think about the It clown
Yeah, and,
who
and it,
who
it
eats
is,
kids, like, right? Like,
and it is they've a sequel to it is out right now. Yeah, so
Well,
clowns are Nephilim.
let
Yeah.
I pulled up the picture so people could see it.
oh yeah, my bad, Code.
I
Here you go.
more as I'm thinking about this more, I'm starting to get like King Charles connections here, and I actually made a really crazy observation in my own mind the other day that I really want to say that I think is actually really legit. Look at the name Indiana.
Well, I was gonna say earlier that there is Dan in it.
Well,
Dan,
no, but it's even clearer this name, Diana.
Diana. Yeah, there you go.
Now, this I think it's pretty clear that this is all about Diana because remember, this year WWE paid tribute to Diana on her anniversary of her death in France. That was just days before Daniel Jones opened the season on 9/7. She died 97 days in 97 after he was born. Right? So that's perfect. 97 days after he was born in the year 97, Diana dies. He plays for Indiana. Right? And then he opens this first season with Indiana on 9/7 on an eclipse, by the way, a blood moon. Oh, that's probably it. Blood moon. He opened the season on a blood moon. That's probably it right there. His white teeth, the white moon, all bloody. That's probably a blood moon symbolism right there. Because those blood moons are super important. Trump was born on a blood moon.
Yeah, I think that's
That just hit me. But this gets even deeper because so we've already made a perfect connection with him and Diana, born exactly 97 days before she died. And remember, that day was the day that Bob Trumpy and Charlie Jones announced their first game together, and it was the Colts and the Dolphins. Like, how much more perfect does all that get? And then the Diana thing. So Diana is the goddess of the crossroads, right? Right? So let me just show that. Diana, goddess. One of her things is the crossroads, right? Now, crossroads, if you go to Indianapolis, I think this just proves that this is what this is about. This, to me, proves it. What is the
Hello, Rambo. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, Cody got
Did Cody cut out?
his audio cut out,
Okay.
but he's still connected.
Yeah, I still see him. Hey, Cody, I'm not sure if you can hear us, but we cannot hear you.
He might have disconnected. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll give him a second. No worries. But yeah, no, to me that makes sense. It's like, well, blood right off the bat. We were just talking about blood moons, right? So, who knows?
Yes.
Maybe
Somebody in the chat mentioned that the giants were Nephilim, and so Nephilim is plural. So I am is plural. So Nephilim.
The Giants were Nephilim.
I
was
think
that
Cody's
you?
back.
Was that you, Cody? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, he's back. Guys, I just finished real quick. So NFL,
Yeah.
NFL stands for It could be Nephilim.
Oh wow, I hadn't thought
NFL.
about that.
So
Yeah.
Nephilim, im is plural. So singular would be Nephil. Nephil, im is Nephil. NFL, because these are larger than normal human beings. Nephilim could be coded into the NFL.
Wow.
And it gives special significance to the New York Giants, too.
Yeah,
And
and
the
shout out
Giants,
to CJ Love. They just pointed out that San Francisco is home of their own Giants.
yeah,
as well.
and I made the point that the New York Giants are the twin towers of the World Trade Center.
Right.
And the Giants, so the only Super Bowl that I believe the only Super Bowl ever held in Indianapolis. I believe there's only one. but it was won by the Giants over the Patriots. That was when they held at Lucas Oil Stadium.
Oh, the helmet catch.
Yeah, that was that game. Yeah, that was won by the Giants. So Giants do have a special significance just because it's NFL stands for Nephilim, and that ties into the whole Nephilim clowns. Big feet and the red mouth. So
Yeah. Okay.
Somewhat. Yeah.
Hey, Cody, mic check.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I don't know what happened, man. That was weird. Super weird. Like just completely cut out, and then my computer just like shut down. Like my whole system got like weirded out, man. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, cut off like out of nowhere, but it's all good. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. What was I don't know. I was saying something.
Well, we were mainly talking about this whole bloody mouth thing and the blood moon connections and
Diana.
Diana,
okay.
obviously. Yep.
Diana in Diana, right? Or in Dianapolis, right? Her name's right in it. So she's the goddess of crossroads. Look at what they call Indianapolis. Crossroads of America. I mean, how much more? I mean, do you need any? I think that's like straight up right there. I mean, and this is kind of what pieced it together with me, because you have in Diana and in Dianapolis, and then the crossroads of America. She's the goddess of crossroads. Now, this actually ties perfectly to the Indiana Jones thing, and actually ties to Cody Rhodes. Remember, Cody Rhodes is a symbol of King Charles, right? King Charles cipher is CR, like Cody Rhodes. I've already shown that many times. Again, I keep saying that, but if you guys want to go figure that out, I've done like at least 10 or 15 decodes on that. But Cody Rhodes, his finishing move to win is the crossroads. Now, the day that Indiana Jones movie came out, exactly 864 days before the Berlin game, when Daniel Jones equals 864, like the stadium, Olympio Stadion equals 864, whose birthday did Indiana Jones movie come out on? Cody Rhodes, on the guy who does the crossroads.
Oh.
Right? So, and Cody Rhodes being a symbol of King Charles being, of course, tied to Diana. Well, here's the other piece. Daniel Jones with the bloody mouth, King Charles is related to the real life Dracula. You see how all that fits? You have
Dracula.
It's that King Charles stuff going on. And remember, the day that Bob Trumpy died, and remember I told you have to go from Cincinnati to Indianapolis, you have to take the road, but then you have to take Circle, which is 465, which connects to all that. But yeah, so the day that Bob Trumpy died, Charlie Jones, the player, returned a kickoff 98 yards, like the king became king on 9-8, for a touchdown. Right? And then that was just, obviously days before this Berlin game where Daniel Jones would star as Indiana Jones, which, again, it's all this thing with Cody Rhodes being important. You have to connect the WWE pieces to it, too, because WWE is now part of ESPN's thing, right? So it's even more worthwhile to connect now. I mean, ESPN is literally promoting WWE now. They signed a deal.
What's crazy too is that like Darko is kind of an anagram of Draco or Dracula.
Yeah, right.
So that's kind of an interesting wordplay there.
Yeah, and in
and
case
Don, Dan Jones, Donnie, Darko, Dracula, right? Like it's like both names kind of seem to kind of throw into this, but there's not like cannibalism going on in Donnie Darko. But besides the point.
I mean, you can look it up though. King Charles has that supposed bloodline connection to the real life Vlad the Impaler.
Mm-hmm.
But like, and then that's the blood moon. His portrait was all blood red, and something big that happened that I'm probably gonna. I mean, I can cover it a bit here, I guess, but King Charles just met with Leo on like October 23rd. And this was the first time since the 16th century that a king, the monarch, prayed with the Pope. And what's really interesting about this is that Leo and Charles or Charlemagne, right? This goes back to history. If you know your history, it's pretty clear what they're doing, because Charlemagne was the first Roman emperor, and he was crowned by Pope Leo III. So Charles the Great became the first Roman emperor, Charlemagne, and he was crowned by a Leo. So they're repeating this history again. They're doing the Leo Pope and the Charles King, bringing them together for the first time this year. And when did Pope Leo III crown Charlemagne? It was on Christmas, 1225, 800. So this is where it gets pretty mind-blowing. If you go 1225, the year 800, the day of his coronation, Charlemagne, to this year's Christmas, it's 1225 years. So it's 1225 years from the crowning of Charlemagne, Charles the Great is what it means, to the 1225 this year. I mean, how perfect is that? And that's why they're doing this. And remember, Charlie Kirk died 666 days after Charles' birthday and 66 days before his next. And remember, 317, the area code for Indianapolis, is the 66 prime, and Charles equals 66. In fact, Charles has some overlap with Indianapolis with the 123. I also noticed, Rambo, earlier when you did the Berlin, what was the name of the team? The Berlin...
The Berlin Thunder.
Thunder,
yeah. Yeah, look at what that equals. It literally equals Indianapolis. In two ciphers. Berlin Thunder equals Indianapolis. 201 too. Don't discount that. Equals 201 like Indianapolis. How about that? But yeah, so King Charles has 123 like Indianapolis. Charles has 30, like Colts equals 30. But again, why have the Chiefs been like the dominant team since he became king? It's KC, King Charles. He's such a bigger symbol than people think, because he represents Charles the Great, Charlemagne. They're like reenacting it right now, right? Like they're Leo and Charles all over again, 1225 years later. So I think, but that's why I also wouldn't discount KC making it back, because I mean, that's literally his initials, right? So Charlie Kirk, right? CK.
Kodi, CJ Love, though, I think brings up a great point. I said breaks unintentionally, but check this out. We've talked a lot about Charlie Kirk, Kirk meaning church, Charlie meaning free man, like the Catholic Church, like any church really. But the Colts logo, I hadn't thought about this. The Colts logo is a horseshoe that breaks the circle, right? So it's almost there, but since it's not fully connected, it kind of breaks the circle. So I just thought that kind of angle on it is interesting to think about, especially with what Rambo did. He did a whole Kirk circle. I think it was a 2 or 3 part series, right, Rambo?
Yeah, I did. I still have more. I haven't even put everything out. There's more. I have more on that as well. But
just another idea to think about like the breaking of the circle or a full circle. They kind of go hand in hand, right? Could be two different.
Yeah, and the horseshoe, obviously a symbol of luck.
Yeah,
but
hence why you also had Andrew Luck.
Right. Well, Andrew Luck was so clear. I mean, come on, he played 7 years, and
lucky number 7, huh?
Right. Well, yeah, and then, but that connects to the horseshoe, and I forget how now. I think there's like 7. Is there 7 dots on, or there's 7 holes on the horseshoe, or something like that? I can't remember what it is. But yeah, he played 7 years why did he retire abruptly before he played his 8th season? Because it was all about retiring at 7 years, which is the lucky number. Andrew Luck. What
Michael J. Fox's middle name actually is?
What?
Andrew.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. Well, Andrew goes back to Scotland too. Andrew, and then the Scotland thing might connect as well, because the Colts have the Scottish colors, and that's another thing I didn't mention. The Colts have the blue and white like Israel, with Israel So Israel has the blue and white. So the Colts won this week. So it's almost like they're saying, like, yeah, like the old days, the Nazis had the black and red, like the Falcons. So, but we're not in the old days now. The real regime is in Israel now, with the blue and white. Like that's kind of the thing because they won, right? The blue and white won. If they were paying tribute to history fully, you would think that the Falcons would win, because the Falcons, they have the same colors as the Nazi flag and they have the bird like the Nazis, but instead it was the blue and white team. So I don't know if Rambo has anything to say on that, but
yeah. So it's Enlil. It's that a weather god who's been ruling. So you may have different facades, human facades, as far as empires and powerful entities and governments, but it seems to be this weather god symbol, and it's very important. I'm talking about Vulcan. Vulcan isn't really talked about much because there's no planet. Like you talk about Jupiter, Mars, there's a planet associated. You can tie in astrology and astronomy. Not so much Vulcan, but Vulcan's very important in mythology. And Vulcan, like I said in my decode, is Kotaru. That's what he knows him as Kotaru. And that's what Hephaestus. Hephaestus is the god of AI. And I've done some AI videos. I haven't done my AI stuff in a while. I was doing a lot of AI things like a couple years back. And I talked off air. I told you about this, AJ, the book called Gods and Robots by Adrienne Mayer. And one of the things that she quotes in her book is, or she mentions, in ancient Greece, we talk about ancient Greece, they debated the pros and cons of AI. So
this should be going farther back than when our latest calendar was created, no?
This is ancient Greece.
Right.
This is
we're talking.
Yeah, BC. Yeah. Like they were debating AI. They were literally, she had it in her book. I mean, it's a book I recommend. I mean, there's so many books I want to read. I don't have time to read everything. I wish I could read. But it's a very important notion. And the god of AI was Hephaestus. And if you go back to the original archetype of Hephaestus, it is Kotaru.
How do you spell sorry, I think I spelt it wrong. I wrote it down Osphes, like Osphes.
No, it starts with an H. Hephaestus.
H-E-H.
H-E-P-H.
H-E-P-H.
And then A-E.
Oh, okay. A-E-S-T-U-S.
Yeah, that's Hephaestus. That's
okay. All right.
And that is Kotaru. That's the original archetype, who is he actually, so Enlil is a scientist according to the Sumerian mythology, and he was a geneticist. This is a super genius. Enki, although he's the chief deity, he doesn't have those creative skills. He's more just like some authoritarian ruler, a taskmaster. So he needs in order to fight Enki, he needs someone else who has similar skills. That's who Kotar is. Kotar Wahasis. It even says, you look up Kotar Wahasis, he assisted the weather god in battle against, I don't know, but the names change obviously, but you can see what they're referring to. He's so I did a deal called the Two Architects. One is Enki, the other is Kotaru. And that's the god of AI. That's who Hephaestus is. And in ancient Greece, they had a concept of it. So I was saying, Kodi was bringing this up as far as the game and what the implications are, like who's in charge. I don't really see, like with the Colts winning, if they're saying that, or who's really in charge, like Rome is no longer in charge, because who is Rome anyway? There's a power above Rome, and it's these characters. It's this weather god and I guess his technological cohort. But even when in legend, when Prometheus steals lightning from Zeus and commits that great sin of giving lightning to humans, because that's the story. The big story here, which I think is the most positive here, is the chief god of gods is deathly afraid of humans, and we have to figure out what is it about us that he's so afraid of, that even the god who other gods look up to is afraid of humans. There's something about humans, but nonetheless, So these type of entities are the power behind the Roman Empire and Babylonian Empire. And what they do is you have to. So what does the Bible talk about? The Bible talks about in the end times, they talk about the synagogue of Satan, those who say that they are Jews but are not, but instead of the synagogue of Satan. You can say that for everything. You can say the same for Islam. Those who say that they are Muslims but are not, but instead are of the mosque of Satan. You can say that for Christians. So there's this entity that infiltrates the most powerful and influential institutions. And I think that goes above the surface. And one thing they do is, like in the Matrix, they create this illusion of choice and illusion of, Democrat, Republican, when it's actually that one, you could say, dark architect or power in charge, creating these separate entities. But so yeah, it's hard. So I think, yeah, having the Colts win. So this is one of my theories too. If you look at, like, in the modern day in Europe, especially, you have these very far right wing, you call them neo-Nazi groups. Who do they support vehemently across the board? I mean, far right wing groups are especially popular in Eastern Europe. The far right conservative politics are super popular in Eastern Europe. I don't think any kind of genuine, like, liberal or left wing government can win in Eastern Europe now. It's extremely popular, especially Eastern Europe, but also across Europe, especially with immigration is the main reason why far right conservatives are becoming very popular, even neo-Nazis. Who do all neo-Nazis support wholeheartedly? Israel and its genocide of Palestinians. Isn't that ironic that neo-Nazis, this is just a fact, it's not, neo-Nazis support Israel. And the reason they do is because they like the idea of the extermination of Arabs, just to put it plainly. So what this says is they don't identify by religion anymore. They identify by race. And so that's why I wouldn't look at so the religion that's being persecuted by today's Nazi party in modern days, in 2025, the religion they're persecuting clearly is Islam, not Judaism. It's Islam, without a doubt. There's an ongoing genocide, a Nazi-like extermination going on in 2025. It's not of Jews, it's of Muslims.
And at this point, I will just let the chat know that this video might not be here tomorrow. So congrats to everybody.
But why not, though?
I mean, just because of all the, like, just the
The thing
stuff.
is there an ongoing genocide in the world in 2025? I mean, beyond a doubt. Like, is anyone doubting that?
I'm not saying it, I'm not attacking you, Rambo. I'm just like.
But I'll say,
it wouldn't surprise me if I wake up tomorrow and this live isn't up anymore. But that's fine. That's fine. Like,
I can understand.
Yeah,
I can understand why you would say that, because that's the way things are with whole 1984 theme. But I'm just reiterating and stressing, nothing I'm saying is outside of facts. Like, who is actually disputing that an actual genocide is happening in 2025?
Right. Yeah. No, I agree.
It's a fact. It is a fact. Even if you talk about what precipitated, regardless of what precipitated it, this is disproportional. This is multiple times greater than what supposedly precipitated. And I've talked about, again, the illusion of choice. Where do Hamas come from? They played a part. They didn't have to attack. They're part of it. And this is it's the Matrix, the illusion of choice. Where did Hamas come from? They came from the Muslim Brotherhood. They're an offshoot of an original organization called the Muslim Brotherhood. Red flag when you see the term brotherhood, which seems like a positive term, but the Brotherhood of Death, that's the original name of Skull and Bones. Look at the logo of the Muslim Brotherhood. It's the crossed swords, like the crossbones. And when was the Muslim Brotherhood established? March 22nd.
Yeah. I remember that. One.
Why should we then be surprised that, again, and it started with the October 7th attacks? And look at where that festival. So the music festival that was attacked, it was called Paralelo Universo. It's in Portuguese. I can't pronounce Portuguese. It's called Paralelo Universo. It's a rave, which it's electronic music, which it started in Brazil and is held every year in different countries. So that year, what is 2023, it was held in Israel. But it's an international event that's held around the world. It's not like an Israeli event that always happens in Israel. No, they scheduled it for Israel. And where did the Israelis? So Israeli government decides where you're going to locate it. They decided to locate the Paralelo Universo rave right up against the Gaza border, right up against it. They were handing it over to them, saying, "Here." So when Hamas attacks, there's this. That's not something that's always there. It's a yearly international music festival that happens in different countries. It was only there in Israel in 2023, just for that at that time. Now the organizers don't go to another country and decide where they'll be. No, the authorities of that country have to determine this is where you can have your event. And they put it right up against the Gaza border. Now, if you're Hamas, doesn't look like obvious bait. They're like handing it to them. Why would you locate it there? You could just look up the location, Re'im, R-E-I-M, Israel. Look at the location. It's right up against the Gaza border because they came up across on hang gliders. Why would you locate an international music festival there? Why would you do that? And if you're Hamas, that's obvious bait. Why would you take the bait? I'll tell you why. All I have to do is look at where you came from. You came from an organization called Brotherhood with crossbones symbolism, and you were established on March 22nd. So I don't trust you. And unfortunately, the human race is, this is the matrix. There's an illusion of choice, but there's an authority on top, which creates these different entities and these different warring factions, which, again, they might apply to the Sumerian mythology, assuming these Enki, Enlil, just assume for argument's sake that these are somehow real entities. Who's to say that they're not orchestrating? They're working together. They're part of the matrix. So if there's a matrix, that matrix would have been created back then. Who's to say that they're not involved in this quote unquote matrix, if you want to use that as an analogy?
Right.
Who's to say Enki, Enlil, and that whole War of the Gods thing, they're working together? Like in this Truman Show-like script. So this is unconfirmed, but there's a quote of Enki who said, and he seems the more benevolent between Enki and Enlil because he's the one who upgraded humans. Enki himself said, "Do not take." Again, there's no proof. Enki of it. Anyway, it's a quote by Enki. Do to humans advice: do not take sides in the war of the gods. So you'd think, oh, let's take Enki's side. He's the more benevolent. He's the snake in the Garden of Eden who said, no. This storm god Enlil is lying to you. You can upgrade, and they did upgrade, and he prevented them from eating from the tree of life, but he was trying to help them type thing, and he's the more benevolent. But even he said, don't take sides. Don't take my side either, which is kind of interesting if he actually did say that. But in general, there's this Truman Show-like factions and war between different entities. But if people can get past their egos, this is the ego realm, and realize that, and it's hard for people to realize that when you're stuck in this narcissistic realm 3D, that the real you, your 3D that you're so attached to, that I guess if you look at the Nazi, I guess their ideology they think is so superior. Well, it's so superior to like things like your genetic makeup and your skin color and all these other traits. How long is that going to last? I mean, it's different for different people. It'll end up being dust. Inevitably, it'll be dust. And your soul will continue, and your soul doesn't have a race. That's all three-dimensional, lower vibrational stuff. The soul is higher vibrational. And the key is to realize that while you're here in this 3D illusion trap, to see past it. And of course, this whole the division that's going on, and if you just use Nazis as an example, and this whole supremacist ideology, that actually blinds people from realizing their true eternal soul. You're not your physical. We're talking about 666. It's
Yeah.
carbon 12.
And it goes back to what you've been saying, Rambo, about what is it about us as humans that make us so powerful, right? It like kind of coincides with that whole theme that you've been talking
because they throughout history, even going back to these ancient myths, maybe there's some historical aspect to them. There is this fear of humans being the best that they can be.
Donnie Darko, right, Rambo? Donnie Darko in the movie theater. Donnie smirks and looks at Frank for the first time when he sees him, and he says, "Why are you wearing that stupid bunny suit?" As he's chuckling, and then Frank turns, and that's when you finally see his eye, right? When you finally see all that, and he says, "Why are you wearing that stupid man suit?" Right? I think that's very what.
That's a great point. Great point. And the thing, what's the imagery there? As he turns towards Donnie, and his eye is shot out. What's the symbolism? Is the one eye.
Mm-hmm.
That's the one. So he doesn't. One of his eyes being shot out. He has one eye, and what's the one? The one eye does have some positive connotation to it. Very powerful positive connotation. It's in the Bible, Matthew 6:22. Jesus says, "If therefore your eye be single, your body shall be full of light." Does that make sense? You should need two eyes. Aren't your body? He's not talking about physical eyes. If he's talking about physical eyes, you see more with two eyes than you do with one. So clearly, when Jesus says, "If your eye be single, your body shall be full of light," he's not talking about your physical eyes, because that wouldn't make sense with three-dimensional eye. He's talking about some other kind of eye. That's when you see clearly. That's when you see past the 3D matrix. So yeah, that's a great example that you. So he can see past. So it's when his single eye is open, the 3D.
And it's the first moment that Donnie actually sees a portal, right? When he says, "I want to show you something," right? Like, so yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was like probably my favorite part of the whole movie. It was so pivotal. It's the moment that like Donnie really gets put in his place, because he's kind of cocky along the way, you know? And then but once he's in the movie theater, then he's like, you can see it, like he goes, "Oh my God," right? Like, yeah.
And that's the scene of the movie. There's so much in that scene. In fact, it's a very iconic scene. And where are they? It's very significant. They're in a movie theater.
They're in a movie. Yeah.
We talk about all the world's a stage. And I talk about how like a Truman Show like existence that we live in.
Right.
That's what that movie theater represents. One song I like to reference a lot is David Bowie's "Is There Life on Mars?" This is partly to illustrate the importance of Mars. Mars is very important. Kodi's been seeing all these Mars cycle, big events happening on Mars cycles. What's this with Mars cycles? All these big events. There's something on Mars. So David Bowie, "Is There Life on?" And Bowie had a lot of insights. He was given access to a lot of insider information. You could do a whole channel just on David Bowie and the symbolism of all his songs. But on Life on Mars, one of the lines, he's just describing events on Earth, like dramatic scenes that I guess if somebody was looking from the outside, like reality TV, you'd find entertaining. Of course, reality TV, like it's conflict that's entertaining, right? You don't want harmony is not entertaining. If you have a reality TV show about people getting along harmoniously, like anyone going to tune in? Or even movies, no disasters, nothing dystopian. What are movies about? You know, it's a hero with all these life-threatening situations. It's Manhattan being destroyed and the Eiffel Tower being destroyed and catastrophe. That's what people find entertaining. Yeah, you don't want to live through it. So, but what if you have a movie where it's none of that?
People don't want to see the happily ever after. They want to see what it took to get to the happily ever after.
Yeah,
right?
so
like in a way,
on a movie about an environment where there are no natural disasters and there's harmony and there's no pain and no suffering and no conflict, who's going to watch the movie?
Right.
And so, Life on Mars by David Bowie, that's what it describes. Now, whenever they give the official meaning of a song, it's rarely ever. So he describes these scenes like sailors fighting in the dance hall. And law enforcement arresting the wrong person. So take a look at the lawman beating up the wrong guy. He says, "Oh man, wonder if he'll ever know he's in the best-selling show." And then, and the movie takes place. I mean, the song I guess depicts a girl and his mother watching these events. Now, so the official story is, a mother keeps showing her kids some TV show. That's not. So why is it called Is There Life on Mars? They don't really explain that. Why is the movie called if it's a song about a young girl who's being babysat by her mother, and the mother just says, "Oh, watch TV," and clicks the TV on? What does Mars have to do with it? So I think the implication is there is some intelligence on Mars that's observing this. I believe that, and I think that's one of the reasons as Cody has seen all the Mars cycles, so many big events with the Mars, and it happened again with the Colts winning on their number. What is one Mars year cycle? What is after the move or after their birth, whatever? But they won on their Mars cycle. What is this with Mars all the time? And it dives into Donnie Darko and the song by David Bowie, "Is There Life on Mars?" It's about
Right. Yeah.
Earth as a stage. Do they even know they're on the best-selling show? And yeah, that's why the one eye appears in that scene, because the one eye is what sees past. It's the third eye that sees past 3D. And
Yeah.
great point you said. Like, when are you? What do you say about the stupid man suit?
Well, he the first time he really kind of sees him. He says he first says, Donnie says, "Take off your mask. Like, enough with the mask, right? Like, I want to see your face." And then he takes it off, and then you only see his profile. And then Donnie smirks and he goes, "Why are you wearing that stupid bunny suit?" And then that's when Frank turns and you see the eye for the first time, and he says, "Why are you wearing that stupid man suit?" And then he says, "Have you ever seen a portal?" And then there's that whole scene, right? But yeah, with what Cody was saying too. Sorry, Rambo, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm just glad that you mentioned that.
Yeah,
stupid man suit. Think about the stupid man suit. That sums it up. Stupid. And what are Nazis? Their big thing is who's more obsessed with the stupid man suit than Nazis? Honestly,
yeah,
that sums it up.
Yep. Yeah, Sojourn. Yeah, why are you wearing that stupid bunny suit? Why are you wearing that stupid human suit?
Or human suit? Is that what he said?
Well, I want. Yeah, maybe it was human suit. I'm not sure. But shoot, oh man, just with posting it, I'm glad I posted it. But I had this other one up for a while about the 322, and this is a big one, especially with Cody. Cody, before we wrap up tonight, man, I got to pick your brain on UFC 322. This the 15th? 3 days from now? Sorry, I'm scrolling back trying to find the comment since I accidentally unpinned it. Oh, here it is. Yeah, shout out Mike from Michigan. UFC 322 is on Saturday, 11:15. Go look at the history on that date. It's surprisingly crazy. Revolutionary War declaration is passed, Nazi history, and Palestine is established in 1988 as independent. Codes, you still out there, brother?
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, so it is really UFC 322 coming up, huh? I didn't know that. Huh.
Oh, well, I got you.
UFC is. I should be looking more into UFC, to be honest, because UFC is owned by the same company that owns WWE now. So
yeah, no, that's fair. It's not WWE.
I just find the symbolism in WWE way more intriguing. I mean, there's nothing out there sports wise. I mean, they put the symbols right in your face, like
yeah.
But with this UFC 322, wow. I mean, I think that's one day after King Charles' birthday as well. It'll be his 77. And tomorrow is the birthday of the Arturo Sosa. So did you see that Trump and Venezuela are about to go at it, and Arturo Sosa's the Jesuit head, and he's from Venezuela? Like, it's
take a look at what's going on with Sammy Sosa, by the way, because he has the same birthday. Believe it or not, you know Sammy Sosa, right?
Sammy Sosa has the same birthday as who?
Arturo Sosa.
Oh, really?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow, yeah. Of course.
Chicago being a big Catholic city and all that stuff.
Well, yeah, and I just always found it interesting too that if you think about it, in 1948, you had Israel, you had our current Superior General Arturo Sosa, and you had King Charles born 2 days apart. By the way, King Charles and Arturo Sosa just born 2 days apart. But that was in 48. And so, but I was just getting back to this UFC 322. like I'll have to look into see who's fighting. I don't know about any of the details, but it might connect with well, let's see. There's always a lot of Russians or like Shvechenko or whatever.
Well, one of the guys' names is Islam.
Oh wow.
So with the welterweight, you got Islam Makhachev versus Jack Madalena. That's for the welterweight.
Look at this, Sean Brady.
Oh, there you go. Sean Brady.
Did you guys see the crazy thing that? Did you see that, AJ? That thing with Sally Kirkland?
Well, all I saw was the announcement of her death. I didn't see anything else.
No, but in my video,
with what you shared on that. I mean, dude, there were a lot of layers to that though.
No, but did you see the Tom Brady connection? That was the best one. That was the best part.
Yeah.
Can you believe that her last movie was called 84 Brady? Like
that's dude, Brady. I remember that.
No, it's 84. Like, yeah. But it's a play on word. It's your type of. I thought that's why you would like this more than anything, because it's like literally wordplay. Like, she dies at 84, and her last movie was 84 Brady, and I tied this all in.
Yeah, and then it goes back to Bob Trumpy. It goes back to Bob Trumpy, who wore 84, died at 80.
Well, yeah, he died at 80, but he wore the number 84, and then after he died, you had three people, celebrities. You had Dick Cheney, Tagliabue, and then now her. All four have died. All three of them have died at 84. Like it's so clear. Like, and then this is her last movie, and it's four women over 80. You get it? Four women over 80, like 84. Tom Brady wears 12.
Four, the number associated with death.
Right, and Tom Brady wears 12. They're all wearing 12s here, and 12 weeks is 84 days, right?
You know what? Well, and 12 times 12, 24, 36, 48.
Which is the inverse of 84.
Exactly. Yeah, you add that up. So, Marv, huh? Directed by Mar. There's another Mar.
Surprised there's not a Charlie in it. This is like the first thing I've looked in a long time and not seen a Charlie in it connected to it.
So you mentioned Marvin there. I was talking about Marvin Harrison.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. 88.
Yeah, number 88.
84 Brady. 88. B is the 8.
Well, and look at that. And Marvin Harrison had plenty of showdowns with Brady and the Patriots. That's for sure.
Oh my God, man.
But like, yeah, this one just made me laugh, really. Didn't Tom Brady retire on that day? February 3rd, 2023? Isn't that the day he retired? I just realized that.
Did he?
Wait, he retired? No. He retired sometime around that, or was it the year before that? It was February. It was 2 days after his retired. That movie released.
Yeah, perfect. Of course he's going to retire on 1-2.
And this connects to John Cena.
Right, number 12 retiring on 1-2.
Right.
Like, come on.
And John Cena and Tom Brady are both tied. And this is why it also ties to Elvis, because Elvis died in 1997, right? And both Tom Brady and John Cena, the GOATs of their respective things, they're both born in 1977. Tom Brady's born just 13 days before Elvis died, actually. Oh,
and shout out Enthused Dreams. AJ's hat. It says Bolden Acres, which equals 123, Conspiracy 123, 88, 123. That's beautiful.
No, but he put Boulder Acres, but your hat says Bolden Acres.
Bolden Acres, yeah.
Come on, Enthused.
Come on, Enthused.
Yeah, but I know Enthused Dreams is really not trolling. He's just being.
No, I know. I'm just joshing.
I know it's hard to see. I mean, it's hard to read these.
Yeah.
I actually thought it did say Boulder.
Yeah. I mean, I get. I mean, it's in cursive, right?
But,
so.
What is that, a golf course or something? Or?
It's a brewery, actually. I'm into these like string hats now. I don't know. I kind of like them, but I try to stay up to date on my hats.
So I
gotta say, you have a new hat every day.
Yeah.
Anquan Bolden was a wide receiver. Remember?
Yeah, Bolden. Yeah.
Oh my, Aquan Bolden, AB.
Aquan Bolden. Okay, yeah.
Is that with an A? Aquan Acres.
It's Anquan, not An.
So Anquan Bolden, yeah.
But my point is with an A, right? I'm assuming.
Yeah, it is with an A.
That would be crazy.
Yeah, he played for the. You know who that is, right, AJ?
Let me guess. Did he play for the Colts?
He played for the Cardinals.
Oh shit. Okay. You know, we know about my Arizona.
Or didn't he play?
connection.
Yeah, he played for the Cardinals. He might have played for other teams too, but I know his main thing was the Cardinals.
Well,
It was him and Fitzgerald.
So he won Super Bowl 47 with the Baltimore Ravens
Hmm.
over the Niners.
But he played for the Cardinals first, right?
Indiana equals 47.
Yeah, he started off with
came from the
Cardinals,
Ravens. Yeah. That's crazy.
Yeah, he started with the Cardinals.
Okay, so he went from the Cardinal bird to the Blackbird, huh? And won a Super Bowl with the Blackbird in the Blackout Bowl too, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Divine intervention right here, right?
Yeah, I mean that's crazy though. You were wearing the Bolden BA, like his initials. It's
Yeah, I don't even know who that is. Being honest,
I'm surprised. I mean, you know a lot of sports guys.
Yeah, I don't know. Football's kind of my secondary. You know, basketball is usually my go-to, but I guess for me, man, like I don't know. Like once again, I know Kodi, you don't think it's a stretch. Some people might think it is, but Jonathan Taylor Thomas, the child star who was Simba, the Lion King, the son of God, everything you were connecting with Marshawn Nealon and you know, Jesus. I mean, he's born in Bethlehem. Like, whoa!
Yeah, I don't think that's even close. I don't think anyone in their right minds would think that's a stretch. I mean, his name is Jonathan Taylor Thomas. Like, it's pretty clear that they coded
Thomas means twin, and correct me if I'm wrong, you guys, but isn't there stuff out there about Jesus being a twin, and his twin was Thomas?
Yeah,
right. Like
hey, Judas Thomas. So Judas, so there's some,
but it wasn't the Judas like in the story, or like is that actually the truth behind Judas? Is that he actually is? Yeah.
So there are two different interpretations. Some have Judas and Thomas as two separate
people, right? Yeah. Like
so they're saying that the apostle Thomas, his full name was Judas Thomas. So there's Judas and then there's Judas Thomas. So there are actually two apostles with the name Judas. One is Judas Thomas, who they call Thomas.
Oh.
The other was Judas. And Judas Thomas, they say, was Jesus' twin.
But are there angles on it that Judas Thomas was the one who betrayed Jesus? Or no, like there's not really that. Yeah,
I mean there are different angles on that, but no, Judas Thomas, he's the one who's doubting Thomas. Where he has to, I guess Jesus resurrected, and he says, "I don't believe it's you," type thing.
Okay.
My gosh, I can't believe this.
Are
you guys seeing what someone dropped this in the chat, and I just about lost my mind. Look, John Taylor caught the winning catch in the '89 Super Bowl.
What?
John Taylor, like Jonathan Taylor. John Taylor caught the winning catch in the '89 Super Bowl. Who was that?
There it is. There it is. Oh, wow. Dude, 89.
Yeah,
Kodi.
Taylor Swift.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas is born September 8th, 89.
Okay.
We talked about the Taylor Queen connection, but no, he's got the 89 connection with his birthday.
Right. Yeah.
Besides the Queen, but I'm saying he's got the 8-9. And then John Taylor scored a touchdown.
I think this imagery this symbolism does bode well for the Colts. I think the female ownership is big. I mean, there's so many things we're looking at. All these different tie-ins.
Can you bring up BPM's comment so he gets credit though for that?
Yeah. So sorry, let me
out of that.
DPM.
Go ahead, Rambo.
Yeah, he is. I think that the female ownership is huge. All the things we've looked at, all these different angles you can look at, and, the female ownership. That's a really big thing. So 8-9 is huge for the Sacred Feminine. That's why they had this major female figure die on that age. That is the nativity of the Virgin Mary. September 8th. That's a big one. And I think the Colts having 3 female owners, and the other female owners is the Lions. They have a female owner.
And then all the females that were on the cover of that over 80 thing.
Yeah, and also, so I also have a lot of stuff coming up. I mean, all these decals I have to do is on the Mamdani, the election of Zohran Mamdani in New York City, Muslim mayor, first ever Muslim mayor in New York City, is like very significant. He has said that his transition team will be all female. And remember how I showed that the original belief before Islam in Arabia had a female trinity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think the female thing is big. 8-9 is it's a big female number because it is the date of the nativity of the Virgin Mary, September 8th.
Well, and then it takes you back to Baltimore, Maryland,
Yeah, Maryland.
right next to Virginia.
Yeah.
Right.
Holy moly. Okay. Oh man. I'm already seeing so much here. Look, okay, so from that Super Bowl, I never ran a measurement from the 1989 Super Bowl with San Francisco. It's 13531 days. So it's a palindrome 135. And the first thing I know when I see 135 is the Golden Gate Bridge. Golden Gate Bridge equals 135. It's a big number with the Golden Gate Bridge. And you get from San Francisco and John Taylor to the Super Bowl in San Francisco is 135 forward and backwards days. So you get in the palindrome 135. That's big. Once again, a Golden Gate connection. 1933 weeks. When did the Golden Gate start construction? In 1933. And it's 444 months. How did the NFL season start? With that 444 ritual.
And don't forget, Cody, Jonathan Taylor Thomas right now is 44 years old.
Yep.
Detroit 44, Michigan 44, Lion King 44. Obama called himself Simba.
Right.
He was the 44th president, right?
Born on
You were
84.
born on 84. You were talking about the Obama connections with Biden and Trump and like just everything rolling up right now with all those 84s. But
yeah. So I see a lot there. 1933 is big because that is the Golden Gate starting construction. That's also the year that they traded in the something with Philadelphia Mint. So that it could be a clue for Philadelphia too. Actually, it could be a clue for last year's Super Bowl actually because it could be a clue for Mahomes as well. Mahomes equals 444. 1933. That's the year they discontinued the Chief and Eagle gold coin. It had a chief on one side and the eagle on the other side.
Shout out Jennifer really quick though, because she just pointed out that Bernie Sanders was born on September 8th, 1941, same year as Pearl Harbor. He's currently 84 years old. And then it makes me think about just Bernie like burn. There's been a lot of burning themes. And Sanders like Adam Sandler, like Happy Gilmore too. I mean, this is all stuff this year that we've been experiencing. So
earlier in today's stream, we looked at a few possible 84 deaths maybe coming up.
You think Bernie could be one of them?
One of them is Bernie, yeah. We also looked at Martha Stewart. We also looked at Bob Dylan. We just had Bob Trumpy die. Bob Dylan is 84. We also took a look at this football player that I got a hunch on because I was like, I wonder if there's any football players still alive that are 84. Well, this guy named Mel Renfro seems to connect perfectly to what just happened with the Dallas Cowboys player because Mel Renfro is going to turn.
Wasn't there another Renfro death? Robert Renfro? Didn't Robert Renfro, didn't he just die?
I don't know. I'll look here. Hold on.
I'm
I still
pretty
need to
sure
get back on
video
this John Taylor thing.
But like Robert Renfro, he just died.
Robert Redford, you mean? Yeah.
Oh, Redford. Okay, my bad.
But yeah, but it's close. But yeah, so this player right here, Mel, look at his name. First of all, I was like, I just decided to do a search. Like, okay, is there any NFL player that's still alive that's 84 years old? Well, or that's getting ready to turn. He's not even 84 yet. He's in his 84th year of life. He's 83 something right now. On the very end of the year, he'll turn 84. But look at his name. If you type in his full name, it just so happens that it equals 84. So I was like, well, and he played for the Dallas Cowboys, and we just had the Dallas Cowboys player die.
Mm-hmm.
So, with what they've been doing with the 84 deaths lately, maybe this guy is somehow part of this. He played 14 years, like dead equals 14. Like, so.
Can you pull this up really quick, Cody? See, the future just said, yes, I just posted that Charlie Robert Redford died
in
Utah.
Yeah. I talked about that after Charlie Kirk died, because Robert Redford was in that Sneakers movie in 1992, where it came out on 9/11, where you hack into the Federal Reserve, you see XRP's 262. I told you all the connections to the Super Bowl and the 262 coming next year. Brock Purdy's the 262nd pick. Church of Satan equals 262, founded in San Francisco. Like there's that all connects to that theme too. Robert Redford was the guy who starred in that movie. Also, Robert Redford did star in a movie with Sally Kirkland, who just died today. And it was, that's what it was. So she was in one of the Charlie's Angels. This Kirkland lady that died today. She was in one of the Charlie's Angels.
Right. You did a whole thing on Charlie's Angels.
And then Charles Robert Redford, he was also in, or no, I don't know. That's why we found out he wasn't, but he was in another movie with her called like The Sting or something like that. Which made me think of like a scorpion sting, which we're in the time of Scorpio right now. But yeah, look, so I had to get back to this John Taylor thing for a second, because this is like crazy. So he wears 82, like Jonathan Taylor wears 28, right? So you're just inversing it, right?
Super Bowl on 8-2.
Yeah, right. Exactly. You can write the date 8-2 or 2-8. That's a great point. So yeah, that's wow.
Game equals 82.
And so
Bryant equals 82.
Let's see. John Taylor is, I'm assuming he's still alive, right?
But think about this too. I mentioned that 666 earlier with the 21 weeks and 6 days after Jonathan Taylor Thomas's birthday. Don't forget about where San Francisco is located. The 122nd Meridian West, Satanic 122, Satanism 122, Satanist 122, home of the original Church of Satan. Yeah. So, anyways.
The first thing I see here already with this John Taylor is he's born in New Jersey, like Jonathan Taylor.
Home of the Devils. Home of the Devils.
Right. Yeah. Jonathan Taylor's born in Salem, which I connected to Jerusalem. Right.
Yep.
And even let's just be simple about it. He was born in Jerusalem, or he was born in Salem, like Jerusalem, and Taylor, right, equals Israel. 28, and that's the number. It equals 28. That's the number he wears, right? So that's the important number here. That 28. That Taylor equals Israel, and that's the number he wears. Yeah. And he's born in Salem. But this guy, not only did he go, he's born in New Jersey. He was unsuccessfully attempt to walk on J.C. Smith University in Charlotte. So here we go again.
There's your Charlotte again.
I say everything goes back to some sign of Charlie somehow. This one too.
And shout out to Sunday 133, just pointing out that Chuck Mangione, right? I believe the father of Luigi. He died at 84 earlier. Chuck Charles.
Yeah.
Can't get away from it.
So I'm just checking to see how old he'll be on the Super Bowl. Oh my goodness. He'll be 314 days after his birthday, like pi. Let's see. Be 314 days after his birthday. Seeing if there's any other. That's pretty interesting though. 314. So I just want to see how many days he was born before Jonathan Taylor. That's what I'm in.
I'll be right back, you guys.
Oh, okay. Interesting. 13443. Some sort of pi numbers here. Well, 492 moons. Can't remember if that's connected to pi. Hold on. I think it's 592. What is the 314 composite number? 392. Well, there's a 444 in there again, too. He'll be 13,000. So he was born 13,444 days before Jonathan Taylor. So there's a lot of 444s tonight. 36 years. 36 years apart. Jonathan Taylor and John Taylor. Just like how Taylor Swift's going to turn 36. She'll be 36 for the Super Bowl. So this is either a riddle for Taylor Swift or John Taylor or Jonathan Taylor. What do you see, Rambo?
Jonathan Taylor is big. So you said he was born in Salem. So Salem, I used Salem, Massachusetts, but I think this applies because there's Salems all over the United States. But I guess the most popular one is the most famous one is Salem, Massachusetts. But they do say it is named after Jerusalem.
Okay.
It is. So it's not just
Yeah.
It is. Salem is named after Jerusalem, and what is in Jerusalem? Solomon's temple, which I'm going back to. That's what the twin pillars are. It's a symbol of Solomon's temple.
Right.
And Solomon's temple's in Jerusalem, and it was destroyed by Babylon and Rome. And of course the Nazis were the new Rome, which is the new Babylon, which ties into the whole Berlin. And in fact, if you look at the stadium, Olympiastadion, what do they have? This is since it was built in 1936. They have these very dystopian-looking stone twin pillars, which look very similar to the World Trade Center twin towers. That's the twin pillars, Solomon's Temple. Yes, that's appropriate that Jonathan Taylor was the outstanding player there. If he's born in Salem, that's Jerusalem.
Yeah.
Where the temples were destroyed on.
Well, I had made a connection with him even 2 or 3 years ago with something. I don't remember it now, but I had made something was going on with Israel, and I had made a connection with something that was going on with him at the same time. I just don't remember it, but I knew that he had already had some logical connections to stuff was going on with Israel, and then this just kind of came back when I realized this was going on with the color theme, because like I said, the color theme is pretty obvious. The black and red for the SS, and then the blue and white for the Israel flag. But like I said, I mean, I think that Jonathan Taylor might even win the MVP this season. I mean, it's possible that the way they're building him up right now, the way he's scoring 3 touchdowns every game at this point.
So I think I mean, I haven't followed the stats, but I can't imagine there's been a greater offensive output by an individual player than, because you have to include his receiving yards. He had astronomical. I mean, if you had him in fantasy football, I mean, you really you cleaned up.
No, he's apparently the leading point scorer, just pure points. Most of the time it's just kickers that lead the league in points, that are actually scored. Well, he's the only guy in the top 12 or something like that. He's leading the league in points scored, but he's on the top, and all that's below him is kickers. So there's no one even close to him in points scored, and no one even close to him in touchdowns either, or yard. I mean, yards a bit closer. There's some running backs closer, but it's not even really close in most categories.
Yeah. So I had first decoded Jonathan Taylor back in 2021. I told you this on Instagram, and that was when the racehorse Medina Spirit died.
Right.
Medina Spirit died.
I remember that.
Yeah, in 2021 on December 5th. The racehorse, which is won the Kentucky Derby. Remember, Medina Spirit had the Kentucky Derby stripped. On December 5th, 2021, the day that the horse Medina Spirit died, there were horse tributes in the NFL, and one of them was the Colts defeating the Houston Texans 31-0. When I pointed at the number 31, there's a reason in the 911 Memorial Museum they have firefighter's hat number 31. They even say that the firefighter whose hat that is, he actually survived. So they're not honoring a firefighter who passed away, but they put that 31 in, and that's Neptune. That's Neptunus.
Rambo, really quick to that point, because I just want to piggyback off of that exact point you're mentioning about Neptune, which is the color blue, which you talked about, or which you shared in the opening video. Yeah. And we've talked about this as well. I just want to emphasize, we also mentioned that the 6'7" kid, his name is Maverick, right? Let's talk about Dallas for a second. The Mavericks, They're a mess, right? Ever since that they got rid of Luka out of freaking nowhere, etc. But what happened? Klay Thompson, right before that, I got a book on Klay. he left Golden State, right, where the Super Bowl is going to be held. His birthday is the date of the Super Bowl. Okay, his birthday is February 8th. He left Golden State to go to Dallas, right, to play for the horse team. And now he's romantically involved with Megan Thee Stallion. See what I'm saying? So, and the Mavericks are the worst team in the NBA. It's early, but like as of right now, they are the worst team in the league. So it makes me think about kind of a duality aspect of it. Can't really tie the Mavericks directly, I guess, to like the Colts other than their color symbolism. I mean, they have the same, blue and white to think about. But I just want to emphasize because, sorry, Rambo, the last thing I was going to say is that Klay wears 31, right? And he says he does it because, that's what it is. He says he literally in a press conference, he says, I wear 31 because I idolized Reggie Miller, who wore 31. Who did he play for? Indiana. That's what it is right there. But 31's the 11th prime, and he wore 11 his entire time in Golden State, right? So I just wanted to throw that out there, that there's this weird horse thing going on with Klay Thompson, especially because his birthday is the date of the Super Bowl, and he's involved with Megan Thee Stallion, and now he plays for the horse team, etc. So I'm sorry, Rambo, for kind of
no,
hijacking that for a second. I just thought when you said the 31s, I thought that hit my brain.
So I've noticed that every time, not every time, but very often, very important ritual games for the Colts, there'll be that 31 score. They just scored 31. This is a huge one in Berlin. This is a sacred date to Nazis, which I've been talking about a long time ago before this happened. It's actually one of my patrons who saw the schedule and said, by the way, NFL has a game in Berlin on that day in the stadium commissioned by Hitler. They scored 31 there. They scored 31. They won 31-0 on the day that Medina's spirit died. I think of Medina. That's a sacred city to Islam as well. Part of that. There's another ritual. If I can get my screen, I'll show you. Yeah. There's another ritual game.
Just before that, I just wanted to say John Taylor, the guy who wears 82, his name equals 82, and his name equals 226. That's literally the date of the Super Bowl this year, 8-2-226. So interesting. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, sorry, hold on.
Yeah, so I was talking about for ritual, very important dates, the Colts tend to score 31. They scored 31 in in Berlin. They scored 31 the day that Medina's spirit died. They won 31-0. And in the Super Bowl that they lost to the Saints scored 31. This is always follows the Colts. They had another ritual game this season. The Colts did, and it's around Marvin Harrison. And why is Harrison so important? Because of Harrison Ford, who played Indiana Jones, who's their quarterback. Marvin Harrison's son, Marvin Harrison Jr., plays in the NFL, and he was drafted by the Cardinals. And he drafted high, 4th pick of the draft, but he hasn't really panned out. So they had a big game this season where Marvin Harrison Jr., he played for the Cardinals. So the Cardinals are in the NFC. The NFC teams don't play AFC teams that often. You only play each other once every, a few number of years. It's not that often that the Cardinals will play the Colts. Well, this year of all years, all that's going on now with the Colts, you had Marvin Harrison Jr. with the Cardinals play at his father's old hometown where he became a legend, Hall of Famer. The Cardinals played in Indianapolis. And the big thing was this Harrison ritual. Again, Harrison Ford, Marvin Harrison, who I talked about. So this was, and that was on October 12th. And look at the score. The Colts won again, and there's that number again. The number 31 always follows the Colts for important ritual games. And the important here was the Harrison. Now, the last time that Marvin Harrison was at the Lucas Oil Stadium in Indianapolis was at his father's jersey. It was a jersey retirement. I don't know, jersey retirement, but he was inducted into the Ring of Honor the Indianapolis Colts Ring of Honor, which is like, a Hall of Fame for the Colts. That's the last time that Harrison had been to that stadium, when his dad was being inducted into the Ring of Honor. But look at how this ties in. Of course, they hit 31 on that ritual day. But look at how this ties in. So it was on October 12th, was Sunday, October 12th, this game was held. I looked at it before the Super Bowl. What's the distance from that ritual day? Like, this was, especially since they hit 31. From October 12th, 2025 to the Super Bowl was 119 days, 119. It was that big day. They just played in Berlin on the important Nazi day, 119, but that's not all. Neptune, so we talk about Neptune, the horse. That's what the 31 is. Neptune's 31. Neptunus is 31. It's all about the horse. Neptune, the patron of horses. Neptunalia is on July 23rd. That's Neptunalia, the Roman day for honoring the Neptune, the god of horses. And I show again, Neptune has the trident symbol on the World Trade Center Twin Towers, came on 9/11. This is the best view you can get of the tridents on the World Trade Centers. The Neptune symbols. Remember, the operation to capture Osama bin Laden, the military themselves, U.S. military themselves named this Operation Neptune Spear. Yeah, I wonder why they called it that. And then Osama bin Laden, Neptune rules Pisces. So Pisces has a duality. Pisces' duality is Enki Enlil. It's Jupiter and Neptune. Pisces has two ruling planets, Neptune and Jupiter, which are, interestingly, that's the duality of the Sumerian War of the Gods. They're the two ruling
Would
planets.
you say that that's blue and orange, Rambo? Like, since Jupiter is mainly orange and kind of has that Bengals tiger stripe connection, and then Neptune blue, is there kind of a, I don't know, it makes me think of Denver almost.
No, yeah, you could say that. But actually, the flag of New York City is blue, white, and orange. That's why the Mets and Knicks wear blue, white, and orange, because that's actually the flag of New York City.
Hey, Rambo, did you catch? I just got to interrupt. Did you catch the comment in the chat? King Cornelius, the trident is the symbol of Maserati.
Maserati. Yeah, the Maserati car. Yeah, they have a trident symbol.
No, but did you see what Marvin Harrison's nickname was?
Oh, that is his nickname? Maserati.
His name is Maserati Marv. Are you kidding me?
Okay, that's a great comment.
Go back to your screenshot up. It says it's right there in the screenshot. I was also looking at that. I was like, his nickname is Maserati Marv.
Oh, that's it. All right, there it is. Yeah.
I mean, are you kidding me? Here's Rambo. Again, Rambo doesn't even know anything about the Enlil stuff, and then he finds out Enlil gets traded, and then he doesn't know anything about the Maserati Marv. But I mean, what kind of nickname is that anyway?
It shows you how deeply encoded this is. One person can't see everything. Like, there's so much of it. You can see a ton of this stuff. And
yeah, lay off Rambo, Kodi. Get off of his ass. Come on.
No, but I have. If you want to pull up my screen real fast.
There's one more thing. One more thing. I'll talk about Neptunalia. It's on July 23rd, and why this was such an important ritual date for this game of Marvin Harrison Jr. going to his father's hometown, Neptunalia. The game was 9 months, 11 days before the next Neptunalia.
Oh wow!
So that's a lot of yeah,
man,
that's a lot of synchronicity and this is what World Trade Center was all about. But yeah,
man.
Hey, Kodi, before I give it to you, I got to throw one thing in here. Okay. Kodi, does the name Forrest Lucas mean anything to you?
What is it?
Forrest Lucas?
I don't think so.
Huh. Okay. I had to preface by asking that because I assumed that you probably touched on this just, with your background with the Colts, but the Colts play in Lucas Oil Stadium, right?
Yeah.
So check this out. Did you know that this year the owner of Lucas Oil Products died on Kobe's birthday? Look at that shit, dude.
At 83.
At 83. Yep.
And he co-founded the company with his wife Charlotte.
In 89, can't get 89, away, dude. In 89, bro. Like,
you can't get away from the Charlie stuff, though. I swear, man. Over.
I'm telling you, man. Like, you got to put an asterisk on this one. Add it to your notes because.
All right.
I'm surprised that you didn't know about this, but it's all good.
This also ties into what I've been talking about. How Vulcan is an underrated god of the Illuminati. That's the god of AI, Vulcan. August 23rd is Vulcanalia. It's
Oh,
the
yeah.
annual
Wow.
day that honors Vulcan, and I think Vulcan is important.
Hmm.
to this.
Yeah, I
That's
think
the-
most people, right? They think about Kobe's birthday, but that's a big one.
Yeah, it's Vulcanalia, which is Hephaestus, which is Kotaru, who's part of the Enlil faction.
Oh, yeah. Andrew Luck was born in 1989. So, yeah.
Of course he
There's
was. Hold on, really quick. Oh, Cody,
what?
Rambo.
What is it?
Well, okay, you measure to the 1-year anniversary of Forrest Lucas's death date, August 23rd, 2026, exactly 28 weeks after the Super Bowl on 2/8. Exactly 28 weeks. So, but yeah, I'm just
Jonathan Taylor wears 28.
yes, he does. And then John Taylor wears 82.
Yep. Could be written 8-2 in England.
Exactly. So, anyways, yeah, no, I just wanted to get that in there. But Cody, I know you had something you wanted to share.
Well, just the. I mean, I don't know if the gematria yet, but just the Maserati Marv.
Yeah.
Like, come on, that's just the most craziest nickname. But yeah, it's Maserati Marv equals
With the trident symbol.
right. I was half expecting it to equal Neptune somewhere or something, but let's just see what Maserati equals. Doesn't equal 32, and isn't Neptune equal 32 in the other cipher? Yeah,
I
it
think it
equals
does,
32 in the same cipher.
Neptune also equals 9-4.
Because Neptune has the 32 and the 31. So and don't forget in the Freemason rule of Colel, those numbers are essentially interchangeable. I mean, it's just the one moving back and forth. So
Yep.
the 31, 32, you get those values, there really can be the same value. So Neptune has that 31 and 32. And I think the Colts have won a few games this year with 32 points. If you look, I think they won 32 to something a few weeks ago. I have to look, but so yeah, I mean, obviously the 32. I'm gonna see if there's. Hold on, let me just look up their schedule.
I did appreciate. I think it was something Warrior. I apologize for forgetting, but the comment I remember, and it was about the horseshoe being kind of a broken circle. I thought that was an interesting thing, breaking the circle, right? Almost creating a new, like when the circle breaks, a new one starts. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, well, the symbol of the horseshoe is like a crescent, which actually ties back to Diana, because Diana, like when I typed in horseshoe symbolism, it said something about how it might connect to fertility. The crescent shape itself is seen in ancient cultures like the Chaldeans as a symbol of the moon goddess. Fertility and growth, that would be Diana.
Well, hey, it reminds me back to the whole blood thing, blood in the teeth. I mean, and Rambo talking about this big woman symbolism. I mean, what happens with a woman's monthly 28-day cycle? Right? They bleed. Right?
Yeah.
So, not trying to get gross or weird about it. I'm just saying, like, 28 days. We've been talking about 28s. We've been talking about blood. We've been talking about end of a cycle, like all that stuff. So,
well, that goes perfectly back to the three women that are running the Colts right now, and and in fact, the one, I mean, all three of them are prominent, but the one is really like Carly, which is Charles. She's the one that's really prominent. She's always there, and she's so there's a lot of like feminine aspects to this. Diana, the moon. His white teeth became red like a blood moon. But yeah, the horseshoe could be associated with the crescent, which is feminine. But also the horseshoe acts as a vessel to collect good luck if it's facing up. So what I find interesting about this is it says that it collects good luck when it's facing up. It stops it from falling from those down. But then if it's facing down, good luck.
Kind of makes me think of magnetism, like the two magnets like opposite each other, like it repels, it goes away, but then when when they face each other, it connects.
Right. Like a horseshoe hung with ends pointing upwards will collect luck. A horseshoe hung with ends pointing down will give luck to anyone under it. So this kind of makes me think of like the wealthy versus the like the horseshoe, the Colts, of course, is flipped this way. So it's collecting it and not letting it go down to, you know what I mean? This is like
oh, you know what?
like
You know what's also doing? It's preventing the intersection. Like you notice how it's like curving and it ends, but if it kept going, it essentially would technically cross each other. And it makes me think about the crossed roads, right? That I think Rambo, right? Well, wasn't that in your video earlier when we kicked off the stream?
About what?
Crossed roads.
That was what I was talking about. I think.
Oh, that's okay. Sorry. I probably got it.
Crossroads wasn't in my video, but Crossroads it's pretty significant in music. You're saying how I like to talk about music a lot. The song Crossroads. Crossroads is big in musical mythology or lore, especially when it comes to the birth. I wouldn't say the birth, but I guess, expansion of blues music. Think about, so blues has a double entendre. Blue, you wear blue, like the Colts wear blue. But what are blues? It's a kind of music. And who's considered the greatest blues musician of all time? The one who really elevated blues music, which blues music led to rock and roll. So blues music is world phenomenon. Well, who's the one who's given credit for really expanding the blues? Robert Johnson. And what is the legend of Robert Johnson? According to Robert Johnson himself, is that he made a deal with the devil, and he
right, yeah,
and he made the deal with the devil at a crossroads. So the devil told him to go to a crossroads, which is an intersection. So Robert Johnson goes down to the crossroads and he was a blues musician, which I don't know how much this is true and how much, but he was a blues musician, but he wasn't well known. He could play the guitar. He wasn't a genius. He wasn't a creative genius, but he could play the guitar. Like, okay, so many people can play guitars.
Is this not to be confused with the other one of like, I sold my soul down to Georgia or whatever? This sounds
Charlie
like
Daniels.
a really like.
Yeah, that's something. That's the devil went down to Georgia. That's something else.
Okay, yeah.
That's about somebody competing against the devil. But and that's more like a bluegrass type.
But that is interesting because Charlie Daniels, all the Charlies we've been Charlie Daniels.
Charlie and exactly.
So Robert Johnson wanted to become a great, not just a good blues musician. He wanted to be an all-time great blues musician. The legend is he made a deal with the devil. So the devil told him where to meet him. Meet me at this location at such and such a time, which is at a crossroads. So Robert Johnson went to the crossroads with his blues guitar. The devil told him to bring the guitar with him. And then the devil, when he showed up there, the devil told Robert Johnson to give him his guitar. So Johnson hands it to the devil. The devil tunes the guitar and hands it back to Robert Johnson. And from then on, he becomes a genius who just turned the blues into a world cultural phenomenon like you wouldn't believe. I think it was Eric Clapton, was it? Who did a song called Crossroads, which is about that. I went down to the crossroads, got down on my knees.
It's Eric Clapton.
Eric Clapton did that song. It's about the Robert Johnson legend, but that's where crossroads and blues has a double entendre. It could be the color blue.
Yeah. I mean, I have a being a guitar player myself. I mean, you're talking to the guy that always loved playing blues solos, and I was the soloist in my band, and like that's my favorite thing in the world to do but I haven't had electric guitar in like 6 years, so I miss that. But I miss sitting down on an electric guitar, just letting my fingers go where they want to, and just playing a blues solo. There's nothing better. It's like it's not even sad for me. I'm not sad about it. It's just I love blues solos, and yeah, making myself miss that just by talking about it. So I'll just stop talking about it. But
You know what I've never been the biggest blues fan, but I respect it. I respect it for sure. I just don't know where to go. So please, both of you guys, let
Well,
me
I
know.
mean-
Hey, if you want to dabble in some blues, let me know what to listen to. But I was going to say, when I think of blues, I think of BB King, right?
Yeah.
And I think of like BB, and we were talking about how Brady B, like B's an 8, BB is kind of like 8-8, and then you got King, and then there's all the King things that we've been talking about for a while. So that's a whole other olive branch with everything else. But yeah, I was just gonna say BB King is like the guy I think of when I think of jazz.
yeah, I mean, BB King is obviously one of the most prominent ones. But I like them all. But I don't listen as much anymore because I grew up mostly listening because blues is in everything though, really too. It's in country. There's blues elements as far as blues guitar. That's elements of blues and everything. So you don't just have to be playing or listening to straight blues to have a blues guitar, because that's country music has blues all over. I can't do the chicken picking like the country guys. Those guys are impressive. Never caught on to that as well as I should have. I could do a bit of it, but just pure blues though is it's just the pentatonic scale. It's just a scale, but it's rather fun and I like it. So, but yeah, somebody in the chat's mentioning Indianapolis again. I don't know if he was already in here, but he's caught on to the same thing as me. Indianapolis, the Moon Crescent.
I feel like I look like I'm sitting at the kids' table.
Yeah, you do.
Like my head is just like looking up.
You look like Kamala Harris in that 60 Minutes interview where they had Tim Walz was up.
What
You-
the hell
up and
is
then-
going on with my goddamn camera, dude? Oh my god. What the hell?
It's doing that on the-
Louise. The heck? Sorry, guys.
It's almost as funny as the day it zoomed in on you. As you
I was gonna say it's becoming a thing now. God, this camera, dude.
Man,
Jeez Louise.
That's AI. That's AI for you.
Look at this. It's like now it's looking at my lap. Okay, cool. Just stay here, please. Sorry, guys. Oh my god.
but yeah,
Dude, it's getting late. We're almost at 4 hours again, you guys. This is
Oh,
what
man.
happens when we keep kicking ass.
I just find it super interesting too. Look, Diana, her name, Diana Francis Spencer equals Crossroads of America, and National Football League, same cipher. Yeah, I don't know, because that's Indianapolis's nickname, Crossroads of America. And then I just told you it was all connected to Diana and in Diana, Francis. They had that they were in France this year.
Yeah, your Diana code, Cody, a couple weeks ago with the bridge, and just Rambo was talking about the Francis Scott Key Bridge, and obviously the Golden Gate Bridge, and you can't get away from those bridge themes.
Mm-hmm.
But your whole Diana connection, absolutely, man. In Diana, I mean, wow.
And it's well, at first it was like maybe that's just like maybe it's nothing, but then I realized, wait, she's the goddess of Crossroads, and then I go and I remembered that Indianapolis's nickname was Cross.
Well,
so
and
I just knew
Cross, right?
Right.
Like,
and there's
huge
probably
symbol.
more to it. I think this is going to be I'm going to be looking way more into this part of it, because this also connects to Cody Rhodes, who I've been decoding for 2 years now, and partly because it connects to me. My name is also Cody R. So I have more of a connection with these type of stories with Cody Rhodes, and he kept doing the crossroads to John Cena all year. That's his move.
Well, and it makes me think of Rambo's whole code about country roads. Take me home, right? John Denver, right? Roads. So
he died in a plane crash.
There you go. And then that happened. Rambo, what was it? Like right after the fan fell right in front of country roads. Then you had the whole golf incident
So
shortly after, I think.
no, so the golf cart incident happened before the fan fell at PNC Park in front of the country road. So it was
Oh, okay. It was
Jeff.
before.
So Jeff Spurbeck, it was a Saturday. Jeff Spurbeck fell off the golf cart that John Elway was operating on Saturday, but Jeff Spurbeck died. So he fell off. They're saying on Saturday, and they're saying that he died on the 30th, on the same day that the fan fell.
Gotcha.
So he fell off on a Saturday, and then they say he pronounced dead on the Monday. So that's a whole nother ritual. That's a falling angel. The falling, that's a different. It's Alice in Wonderland. Alice falls. That's a big. The fall is big. It ties into the Anunnaki thing. Those are the fallen angels. I talked about the album 1984. What's on the album cover? I mean, okay, I don't know. I mean, it's pretty iconic album cover. Like one of the most iconic rock albums, Van Halen, 1984. I had a cassette of that album. Do you know what a cassette is? I bought.
I'm not that young. I know you're old, but I'm not that young.
Well, I had the cassette. But what's on the cover of 1984 by Van Halen? It's an angel smoking a cigarette, like a very mischievous angel looking to the side with a pack of cigarettes. Angel. Now, what is that? That's the implication of a rebellious, a baby. So it's a baby cherub. What is that describing? A rebellious angel. Who's the rebellious angel who fell? Lucifer. So maybe what that is implying, that's a baby Lucifer, because it's a baby rebelling and not supposed to be smoking cigarettes. That's on the cover of 1984, and the big hit song from 1984 is "Jump." What is that about? Jump is about you jump, then you fall after that.
Yeah.
All this stuff ties in, and and Lucifer kind of ties in Church of Satan when they fell, fallen angel, Anunnaki. It all ties in.
Yeah. Zerda, by the way, just mentioned the obvious: roads and roads, right? Kodi talks a lot about Cody Rhodes. Now we're talking about roads and cross roads. And
the guitarist Randy Rhoads, wasn't he with Van Halen at one point?
Oh my God! Seriously,
I believe so. I think. Well, he was with Ozzy too.
Oh, with Ozzy, not Van Halen. I don't know if he did.
I don't know if
God, you guys are brilliant.
He might have played
cool.
with
Randy. I'm just looking up now. He was with Ozzy. I don't think he was. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. He's compared to Van Halen. They say I'm just saying he helped popularize various guitar techniques now common in heavy metal music, including two-handed tapping. I guess Kodi might know what that is. Vibrato, bar, dive bombs. Again, this is but Kodi probably knows this stuff. And intricate scale patterns, drawing comparisons to his contemporary Eddie Van Halen. That's Randy Rhoads. So,
well, you know what's interesting about this? The WWE has this code here too, because Cody Rhodes, right? His mentor when he come into the WWE was Randall Orton. Randy Orton's known as the Viper, the Snake. But yeah, something here with Randy Orton and Cody Rhodes, because it's literally those two guys' names there. But yeah, he was part of the Ozzy theme, and I forgot he died so long ago. I forgot he died in 1982. I didn't even remember. I knew he died, but I didn't think it was that long ago. But that's the year Prince William was born. His middle name's William. Interesting. Something with Prince William here, because I know Cody Rhodes is also symboling. So when Cody Rhodes beat John Cena earlier this year, he did a salute to John Cena, like almost as if like a passing of the torch, with Prince William at some point. So I don't know. I just find it interesting. His middle name is William, and he's born this. Sorry, he died. He died the year of Prince William. Go ahead.
No, I was worried that we lost you again.
Yeah, it sounded like you cut off.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Really?
It sounded like you cut off. Yeah,
no, we're good, but we can hear you.
You just
we're
hesitated. Good. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just talking I was just talking about the Randy Rhoads thing. It's not important, but
no, I mean it's all connected, like we know. We're at the 3 hour and 44-minute mark. Talked about 44 quite a bit. What do you guys think? Should we take this home? Country
Yeah.
roads, take it home.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, holy smokes, you guys! Like between the chat, between you guys, and like everything that we touched on today. Oh my god, man! I feel like we ran circles around some of our other shows, and our other shows are great. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, like, wow, we hit a lot. We hit
Garden
a lot.
of Eden. I don't know, mythology, sports. Who knew all that stuff?
9/11, NFL, NBA,
Music,
I don't know.
Hollywood. I mean,
I think next week I'm going to try not to talk about who's going to go to the Super Bowl, because we do talk about that every week. But I think it's because we know that it's the huge esoteric event that's going to be coming. So, but maybe next week I'll try to not talk about the Colts going to the Super Bowl. I need to quit being Pat McAfee at this point.
Yeah. Oh, geez. Yeah. How about next week we just focus on local news. Let's pull out stuff that's not mainstream that no one's talking about. You know, that could be fun. But Kodi, to your point, we definitely need to do one that's more focused on Elvis. Because yeah, with what we touched on with that whole thing, I mean, my goodness.
I mean, yeah. I mean, think about it. The year 1989 was the Elvis impersonator Super Bowl. And here we just find out all this stuff connected to that year. Taylor Swift, Jonathan Taylor, John Taylor. That Super Bowl was in Miami, wasn't it? So I was just reading about the Crossroads of America, and it was talking about Chicago to Miami. The Colts beat Chicago in Miami in 2000 to win the Super Bowl. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff we could talk about with the Elvis stuff, especially connecting to the Super Bowl. But yeah, there's a lot of other things that, like, I just had up that Pearl Harbor thing. That's a big day I'm looking for. I still can't believe the United States is turning 9/11/01 days on 12/7. Like, that still like blows my mind every time I think about it. Out of all days that the United States could turn 9/11/01 days, it's on that day, the 84th anniversary.
yeah, I left a message to your Instagram post on that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot I even posted on Instagram. I hardly ever post there.
Yeah,
Dude, just open it up once a day, Kodi. Come on, just open it up once a day. Check your DMs and scroll through it for 3 minutes.
Yeah, I mean to open it up once a day, but some days I forget. So if I don't answer something it's not because I'm not looking. It's because I'm not even opening the app.
It's all good, brother. And I'm not trying to go down another rabbit hole, but I did tab this tab, if you will, for somebody else in the chat. I apologize for not remembering who it was, because it was a couple hours ago at this point. But they pointed out this Colton Underwood personality who is now a reality TV star or something. But I mean, besides his name, right? Colton Underwood, right? I mean, that hits on two different themes that we've been talking about. But he's also a former NFL player. I don't think he really had any time on the actual field, but he was on a roster. Let's just put it that way. What is he? 33 years? Yeah, he's 33 years old. He's married. He is homosexual. He's married to Jordan C. Brown. So we've talked about Jordan. We've talked about Brown. We've talked, so I just wanted to get that in there really quick.
So what's his significance?
Well, so he's an American TV personality. He's going to be on Rambo. I've told you about this show called The Traitors. It's kind of a new hit thing. It's that whole game of like wolves versus villagers, where there's 30 villagers and 2 wolves, and they try to take out everybody.
I mean, the dudes that season, that show's going to be on Elvis's birthday, of course.
Oh, is it really?
He's from Indianapolis too. Did I just see Indianapolis?
Is he? Wait, is he? Oh my God! Yeah, I didn't even know that, dude. I would have pointed that out, obviously, if I saw that. Like, dude.
Wow. Of course, he's from Indianapolis.
I was AJ's turn, so Kodi was getting on me like, "Oh, Rambo didn't notice that." Not
yeah, exactly. Now it's on me. Yeah, for sure. Shame on me.
Kodi comes in to clean up, thank you.
But hey, check this out too. Look, he's born on January 26th. Kobe's death date, right? Michigan's founding date. Big date there. But yeah, so I just wanted to throw that in there as we kind of close out. But just to show that it's not just sports. We've touched on a lot of that with history and whatnot, but it goes into reality TV and everything else going on in the world. So,
well, the president of the United States is a reality TV star.
Yeah.
He's on there for 14 seasons on prime time, so you can't say reality TV is not relevant. Like literally, you could say he's literally the most famous person in history, Donald Trump. In history, who's had this kind of publicity ever in history?
I mean, Colton's born to Donna.
He what?
Huh?
What'd you say?
Oh, I just said this guy Colton. He's born to Donna. Donna.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Yeah.
And Scott. That's my dad's name, Scott. I don't know if he's Catholic, of course. I just find it funny. His name's Colton, and he's from Indianapolis, Indiana.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. And the Underwood. Remember the Underwood, right? Rambo. Right. Everything with Rambo's under sub stuff. I mean, that's very important.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Absolutely. Well, we know that riddle with the subway underground stuff it's been manifesting. So
yeah, and the subway pitchman, Jared, he's from Indianapolis.
Oh, what? No.
Yeah, the pitchman. Yeah, he's from Indianapolis. Yeah, the subway guy.
We're just bringing that up now.
He was once in his heyday. He actually showed up. It might have been on the Fox broadcast. He showed up at an NFL broadcast. They had a guest in, and they had this whole they pulled in this whole catering because Subway was the sponsor, and Subway catered this whole thing for the studio. And he was a guest in this. They've scrubbed that. I guess they don't want anything to do with him anymore. I remember watching it of him as a guest in the studio, but I think whether it was Fox, which is or CBS, whoever it was, I guess they've scrubbed that. They don't want any more record of it. But Jared, the subway pitchman,
he's from
Indianapolis.
Wow.
And he's a Colts fan because he had a Colts jersey on when he had him in the studio. He came out with a Colts jersey on.
Kodi, get on it, brother.
So that's your
I mean, come on. With Rambo's been on Subway, Submarine, German Nazi, all that time. And then,
Underdog, yeah.
Yeah, and then now, as we close. Oh my God, dude.
That's perfect because the Colts have the U, like the underdog, and then we had all this Subway stuff. I wonder if they're the underdogs to make it to the Super Bowl.
Probably. Wouldn't surprise me, despite their record.
Again, if the season would have just started, no one would have ever said, "Oh, the Colts are going to the Super Bowl." No one would have said that at the beginning.
The other big underdog could be because that's the theme. There's been a huge underdog story already, bigger than all of them. That's the New York City mayoral race. No one's heard of Mamdani. He's not in politics. He's a city councilman for New York City. Like no one's heard of him. Plus, look, he's a Muslim. He's critical of Zionism. You wouldn't think somebody critical of Zionism, Muslim, in New York City, who's no one heard of, would win against New York State royalty, Andrew Cuomo, the son of Mario Cuomo, Mario Cuomo might be the most popular New York State governor ever. Super powerful, super eloquent, super charismatic. He was a powerhouse, his father. So he comes from New York. The reason Andrew Cuomo has his position is because of his father. It's royalty. That's the biggest Zoham. But anyway, that's the biggest underdog story of the year is Zohran Mamdani winning in New York City. So underdog has been a theme. I predicted that it'll be a theme at the upcoming World Cup. It could be a theme in football, but I think the big underdog in football, no one really saw the Colts. And also, Daniel Jones is an underdog story. But the New England Patriots, who saw that? No one's talking about them. They're 8-2. Could they upset the apple cart?
Right.
They out of nowhere, the New England Patriots are 8-2. How are they 8-2? Like out of nowhere. I mean,
yeah. no, that they're definitely a team that at this point you gotta give them their respect.
You could say that the Ravens are once they went to 1-5, they became underdogs.
Mhm.
You could say that the Ravens.
Yeah.
But I think there's underdog is a theme. It's in the era. I mean, the big underdog story has happened in politics, and I have a decode on that. And I'm not looking for it. That ties into Indianapolis as well, because Indiana and New York have this connection. There's an Indiana New York connection, and there's some Indiana stuff there, which I'll talk about in future decodes.
Yeah, Rambo, I just wanted to share this with you as we close. Shout out to See the Future. This whole don't mess with the Zohan. This is another B-list terrible Adam Sandler movie. But like, we've been talking about Adam Sandler for quite some time now. I mean, shit, like my book, The Hand, was almost 2 years old now. I mean, with everything now. But yeah, don't mess with the Zohan. And I haven't even seen this movie. I really don't care to, but now I kind of feel like I have to. But so See the Future is just pointing out, Zohan, this movie, Adam Sandler. Then you have Zoran Mondami, right?
And he's
all happening the same time as Happy Gilmore 2 just released, right?
Yeah, and he's taking over the mayoralty from Eric Adams. So there's an Adam there. So Adams was the previous mayor. You go from Adams to Zohan. Adam Sandler, Zohan. Yeah, there's a connection there.
Yeah. So I just wanted to point that out, since I don't think most people are familiar with this movie because it was not popular back in the day. Cody's getting a kick out of it.
I remember this movie though. I remember. I don't know if I watched it, but I remember it. I think I know I watched part of it because I remember them doing the splits and stuff like this. But
well, here, really quick, let's take a guess when it was released, and then we'll end it. Release date June 6th. There you go. You got your 6/6.
No, but you gotta. Okay, I just looked at the birthday of that Colton guy, and I measured it to the Super Bowl this year. Never guess how old this dude will be, man.
Stop!
I just had another mind blown.
Let's end it there. What's the mind blown? Let's hear it.
I got it up on my screen. I don't even need to say anything. I'll just show it.
Okay. All right. Drum roll. Ba-ba-bum. Oh, geez, dude. Come on.
Wow.
This dude will be 1776 weeks old. And there's something even more special about this alignment. Look at the perfect moon. He'll be exactly 421 moons phases and exactly 455 orbits. So this is not so common. Derek talks about how a double alignment perfect landing only happens like once a year. So he has, guys, he's going to be 1776 weeks old exactly on the day. And here I am talking about John Cena being 1776 0 days old on Pearl Harbor Day coming up when the United States is 9/11/01. And again, this is the guy from Indianapolis whose name is Colton. I mean, I don't know.
Underwood, look into the under stuff too, because the 119s and everything that
Crossroads of America, Indianapolis, America founded in 1776.
Yeah, Zohran Kwame Mamdani comes to 1776.
Yeah, and he was 1776 weeks old when he got elected in 4 days. 1776 weeks and 4 days old.
I see some underdog symbolism here. There's going to be, we'll see. It's quoting some underdog. There's going to be some big underdog in sports. To me, like the most credible underdog is the Patriots, unless they want to say that the Ravens are underdogs because of their 1-5 strike. I don't know, but
the Patriots were kind of underdogs before they started their rise, right? Like when Drew Bledsoe went out and entered Tom Brady, a rookie, all that stuff. Like,
yeah, and that was right before, after 9/11, the whole Patriot Act.
The fall of America and like rebuilding, right?
And they're pushing the whole term patriot.
But like, what do you think the name of his show has to do with that? Maybe it's called The Traitors.
Oh, Cody, I could go on for days with you about The Traitors.
Dude,
show. I've watched all of it.
the Traitors equals 864. This is Daniel Jones' big number.
Bro, one of the contestants on the show was Johnny Bananas, who Rambo's talked about. It was also Michael Jordan's son was in that show. And the very last episode of the last season of the Traitors, bro, I'm not joking. They had the contestants dangling from a flying helicopter to pick up the treasure or whatever.
Okay, you know how that imagery ties into the Colts? Think of that. You said they were hanging from a helicopter.
Yeah, they're like suspended, dangling underneath.
Yeah, so before the Colts won Super Bowl 41, so a couple years before, Tony Dungy's 18-year-old son, they said, committed suicide. And they said that they said he could. The official story is that he was hanging from a.
I forgot all about that, dude.
From a ceiling fan, which is rotors, like a helicopter rotor. So hanging. So you have the rotors, then you have somebody hanging from the rotors. That's the same imagery that you're describing in the Traitors.
Yeah. I mean, a simple YouTube Google search, you guys can just type in the Traitors helicopter challenge or whatever. You'll see it.
Yeah,
and Michael Jordan's son was in it. And at that time, he was with Scottie Pippen's ex-wife. And it's just
that imagery of the rotors is a big part of it. The ceiling fan.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And the rotors, and that ties into the Colts because the death of Tony Dungy's son, they're saying by suicide, hanging and rotors. Then they won the Super Bowl. He was 18 years old. Peyton Manning's number. I've done decodes on that. It's and he won in Hillsborough County. I can go on Hillsborough. Hillsborough is the big disaster that happened in Britain, the biggest disaster in sports history in Britain. Where 97 fans were asphyxiated to death at a football game with Liverpool, who's involved in everything.
God, man.
That was in Hillsborough. Hillsborough County is where Tony Dungy's son, they're saying, with the rotors, the ceiling fan, same as and who's associated with helicopters, Donald Trump himself, the hanged man, the bat. And that ties right into the cult.
Just think about how this ties perfectly too. This show opens on Elvis's birthday. Elvis impersonator was at the San Francisco Super Bowl in 1989, and then this is filmed in the Scottish Highlands. I already told you how if it's going to be the Lions and the Colts, it's going to be a connection to the coat of arms of England with the lion versus the unicorn. The Scottish symbol of Scotland is the unicorn. The Scotlands were trying to rebel against the superiors, or the Scottish people are always trying to get freedom from England, right? That was their big thing. And again, this all organically connects to me. My last name's Robertson. My ancestors probably fought for. I mean, I know I have a connection with the people back in that time, but it's. And right now, Cody Rhodes is fighting Drew McIntyre in WWE. It's a lot of Scottish stuff going on with that. So. And the same colors as the Colts too. Scotland flag has the blue and white. So it's being filmed in the Scottish Highlands.
Yep. And the new season will be released, I think, to kick off 2026. And our new suspect, Colton Underwood, is going to be on that show. So keep an eye out.
Oh, wow. I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore.
Yeah, and he's got that 126th birthday. Kobe Bryant dies in a helicopter crash. What did we just talk about with the Traitors? The way it ended. And I just remember when Rambo was first talking about Michael Jordan's son, his crash on the train tracks. That was right after I finished watching the latest season of the Traitors. And I was telling Rambo how he was on the show. The show ended with that whole helicopter stuff. So,
and when and you should see the whole arrest video. That's the whole decode unto itself. The police arrest video. Once he gets in the car, boy, it's amazing. And the cops are playing music in the car. They're playing the radio. One of the songs that comes on. This is the official arrest video, but you can't see him. It's the police recording in the car while they're arresting his son.
Yeah,
several songs come in, which were all very significant. One of them was "Taking Care of Business." We were just talking about "Taking Care of Business" by Elvis Presley. "Taking Care of Business," the song. They played that while arresting Marcus Jordan in the back of the car.
Unbelievable, dude. You,
I mean, for the record, too, I mean, this season starts exactly 31 days before the Super Bowl.
Which season?
The Traders season with
Oh,
Colton
okay.
Underwood starts
Okay.
31 days before
there you
the
go.
Super Bowl.
There's your
The
31.
Colts, they like to score 31, as Rambo's shown. So,
Well,
Yes,
and
there's
hey,
the magic number. Yeah.
and Rambo, what were we talking about earlier? Judas, a traitor.
Yeah.
See, I mean, wow. I'm gonna just wrap it up there, you guys. I mean, holy smokes. Sorry, I'm kind of hitting a wall at this point. I have trouble sleeping. I'm excited that I'm actually a little sleepy. So, but that's. I mean, honestly, I could still go another 3 hours if we wanted to, but
No.
we can save the rest of our time for next Tuesday. But I just want to close out by thanking everybody for tuning in tonight. I know it's been a longer stream. It does seem to be stretching a little bit more these days, but you know, just very glad to have you guys in my corner once again. As always, thank you so much. In closing for me, you know, hey, it doesn't cost a thing to like and subscribe. So hopefully you guys appreciated the content tonight. If you guys aren't following me, make sure to hit that sub. Same with Decoding with Kodi, who you can see on YouTube and Instagram, even though that's not where he's mainly dabbling in, but also Rambo at the Truth Codes, as well as his Patreon. So Rambo, if you wouldn't mind kind of closing us out with some final words, anything else that you're working on, things to look forward to, and where they can find you.
Yeah, thanks. I've got a decode on Mamdani and the underdog theme. It ties into things I've already talked about. That's the big underdog story with the U, and underdog, and it ties into the underdog, actual the cartoon and the movie as well. There's some things there that synchronize, and on the Berlin game, and I've been talking about the Nazism and the Nazi symbols. I've been talking about that for years. I'm working on this video titled Berlin. Kodi's given me more things to add to the code. So I could do hours and hours. It just seems endless. So I'm working on that as well. Hopefully the trailer is like an appetizer. Hopefully you won't have to wait too long for the main course. And thanks again, Kodi, AJ, for putting this together, and Kodi for joining and sharing your great decodes as well. So yeah, thank you, AJ, for your input and for putting it together.
Yeah, no, and thank you, Rambo. Seriously, very, very much. Can't even quantify how many people are out there that love you and support you very much. So for those that have maybe tuned in for the first time tonight, not familiar with Rambo, here's his link below. You can find him at patreon.com/the truth codes. $5 a month. Okay. Not day per week. This is a month. All right. So pennies to the dollar, cheaper than 1 cup of coffee. Give him a shot because his content is absolutely incredible. And mine and Kodi's, I know Kodi would agree with me here. Our work would not be even remotely close without you. So we appreciate you, Rambo, very much.
Well, thank you.
And Kodi, close us out, my friend. Once again, just please remind the folks where they can find you and support you. I know a good amount of people tonight are watching on your channel, but either way. I think you're still on mute, buddy.
I don't know why.
There he is. I was like, man. Okay.
I don't know why I always do that, but yeah, thank you, Rambo, for the kind words, and thanks for all the stuff you do. And I agree with AJ about. So I'm a bit out of breath. I was doing jumps. Anyway, I was doing jumps. I was doing like jumps for loosening up my whatever you call it. But anyway, I appreciate you both, and I appreciate everyone in the chat as usual. And but yeah, I guess I can't speak because I was just jumping too much. So anyway,
it's all good. You're fired up.
Yeah, well, I've been doing that because it's good for your lymphatic system. I do it. I have a routine I do every morning, but I try to really get my lymph going. And I just took a moment and listened to you guys talk and was jumping at the same time. So anyways, I'm weird. You guys all know that by now. Yeah, lymphatic. See, someone in the chat said it. Lymphatic drainage. Exactly. I just do like 300 to 500 jumps. Right thing when you wake up in the morning. I'm telling you, it gets your lymph going, gets your fascia going, stretch your fascia out. I mean, you feel, since I started doing this a month ago, I feel so much better, man. So much energy. Feels so good. So there's just simple things that you can do to take care of yourself.
Move your body, right?
Yep.
Move it any way you can.
Anyway.
But, yeah, no, it's all good. Well, once again, thank you, Kodi, so much. Seriously, it's such a blessing to have both of you guys in my corner every week, connecting with you guys, building off of all the observations that people in the chat continue to bring in. It's amazing. So much fun. My God. We could write a whole book series just on what we covered tonight with everything. So it's amazing. You guys are the best. The chat, seriously, you guys are the true gem of this show. Thank you guys for always contributing, listening, tuning in. Appreciate it. Without further ado, we will wrap it up. Make sure that you guys have a great rest of your night. Have a beautiful morrow, and we'll catch you guys on the next one. Until next time, take care of yourselves. Peace.
Good night.
Grim blood. Yeah, bruv. The game ain't hard when you got the trump card. It's all rigged and I'm calling more games than Bob Uecker. Changing the outcomes like Duke Nukem to a new future. Win some, lose some, bag some, choose none. Will the aliens come save the day? Are we going to listen to what they say? The uranium, cranium, aliens popping up like circadians. Got me spontaneously training in the Palladium gymnasium. Ultimate battle in the extraterrestrial stadium. It really just be the Mediterranean and Sylvanians. Bloodlines, overtime, dragon descendants. Scripting bread and circus lizards in attendance. Serpent queens, breaking dreams, dragging me down. The underworld royalty is all about how much you can clown. I'm talking about the number 9-2. If you didn't know, well now you do. Numerous fears, what's in the hearse? I am who I am, man with a plan. Where you at with the rebellion? 1 in a million, us against a billionaire reptilians. Look at the word rebellion, spells out the same as the rebel lion. Ain't even trying, ain't living, you're dying. Well done to the skeleton, no time for the rebellion. Strawmen led by spellmen, dialectic Hegelian. Everyone's worked up waiting for the aliens. Problem, reaction, solution, little contribution. The script tells that they cast spells like nuclear fusion, spreading confusion, lie distribution. Old as hell, ain't even some new shit.
Will the radium, cranium, aliens popping up like circadians. Got me spontaneously training in the Palladium gymnasium. Ultimate battle in the extraterrestrial stadium. It really just be the Mediterranean, Transylvania.